Greetings from the mystical world of Paranormal M, where the supernatural is an everyday occurrence. Join us on a journey through the unexplainable and the ghostly as we unravel the secrets of the unknown. Subscribe, turn on notifications, drop an M down in the comments to help us with the algorithm, and experience the paranormal like never before. I had a freaky paranormal experience this weekend, and I think it's followed me home. So this past weekend, my fiance Joey, 39-year-old male, and I, a 40-year-old female, tomorrow, we were at the Echo Lodge. It's a motel brand name, but it changed. I was celebrating my birthday early, since we both finally had the weekend off and we desperately needed to spend some quality time with one another. Friday late afternoon, we were in our room, number 263. This is important because there are only 2 floors, and we're at the end of the hallway. So not many guests on our end, which was nice because it was quiet, for the most part. Joey and I were watching TV when we heard what sounded like very heavy footsteps above us, followed by the sound of a small cast-iron cannonball being dropped. This was directly above where our heads were. That in itself was terrifying because, seriously, what the fuck? Later on, Joey and I are sitting on the bed, my back facing him, when all of a sudden Joey goes, "Whoa, what the fuck?" I look up at him and ask what happened. He told me that he had just seen a massive white orb float from the bed to the ceiling right between us. I was like, what? Then I realized that for the last 15 minutes it had been very cold between us, temperature-wise. Saturday night again, Joey and I are sitting on the bed just cuddling and watching TV, when out of nowhere I hear a woman's voice in my ear loudly whisper, "Hey!" I jumped and screamed and asked, "Joey, did you hear that?" He said he hadn't heard anything. Half hour goes by and all of a sudden I feel very cold, and a hand touches my upper thigh. I screamed louder than I had before and jumped off the bed. Joey was panicking, asking me what happened. I told him that somebody just touched me. I was for sure freaked out now. We had to go outside for a full half hour just for me to calm down. Well, we left the motel at 10 in the morning. Ever since Saturday night, I haven't stopped hearing whispering. My name being whispered, or "hey" being whispered in my ear. I'm thoroughly freaked out. I'm in North Carolina, if that helps. I need any kind of help in finding a reliable ghost hunters group. The peaceful cemetery in Ajo, Peloponnesus, Greece. During the summer, I lost my grandaunt Helena, and she was my maternal grandmother's sister. My grandma came from Ajo. It's a region in the Peloponnesus in Greece. So we visited the family tombstone and paid our respects to the last departing grandparent. And God, that cemetery was so beautiful and well taken care of. And it had that peacefulness all around. The cemetery was public owned, which surprised me, because in Greece, cemeteries aren't that well taken care of, or at least those I've visited. It was a shock. It was so big it stretched over a small hill, and it was at least 3 miles long if you walked around it. The earliest grave is from 1816, which shocked me. I felt so calm, like when I entered libraries. It was super hot the entire day, and in the cemetery. There was this perfectly cool breeze, though. And yet I felt so warm and perfect. I felt at peace. When I visited my paternal grandmother's grave, I feel this unrest and coldness in the place. That cemetery was cold and angry. The cemetery my maternal grandma and grandpa are buried. The one I visited as a kid has this restless calm. But the cemetery in Ajo was completely different. I'm in disbelief at what I experienced. I felt like I was being hugged by all my ancestors, and that I was welcome there. I felt the warm glow. Did I mention that? I didn't want to leave, but as I looked at the family grave, I said a soft hi and a nice to meet you in a low voice so my parents won't think I'm crazy. The moment I said hi and nice to meet you, I felt this warm hand on my shoulders. I felt like crying, blinking tears away while typing this, and I did blink tears away then too. I've never met my grandfathers. I never met any granduncles or grandaunts old enough to be able to have a conversation with. I was 5 or 6 old, like something like that, last time I saw any of them. I was 10 when the last granduncle died. I wasn't able to go to the funeral. My paternal grandmother died before I could say goodbye. So did my maternal grandma. My grandfathers died before I could meet them. It used to make me sad and wonder why how things would be like that. I had years of seeing dreams of them, and being with them in my great-grandpa's shop or my aunt's house or an old Athenian coffee shop from the 1950s. I felt lighter and happier. I didn't really want to leave, though. It's like I've made peace with how things are, and I knew they knew that I existed, and that I'd love them even though I never met them. Things were complicated with other family members. They didn't hate me because I was related to them or was the offspring of them. Odd Flickering. This event happened around November 2022. It was 8 p.m. I was by myself at the entrance of the school. My dad and I go pretty much to evening and night school, and I'm studying computer science. My dad studies mechanical engineering. At that time, I had the 3 first periods free because my teacher was sick. I was hanging out at my dad's class when I saw that the break was coming up after it. I had class, and because of the distance, I decided to cross the campus, so I won't be late, you know? The break was like 10 minutes, and it took 8 minutes to cross the campus at a normal pace. But due to my osteoarthritis, sometimes my legs are heavy and my walking is slow. That day was a day that my legs were heavy and my osteoarthritis was flaring up and my pace was very slow. So at 8 p.m. I was waiting for the bell to ring, signaling the first break. And I was sipping my hot chocolate from my thermos after having gone to school cafeteria to get some ice cubes to put in it. It's too hot. I was about to start scrolling through my phone since I was by myself, and I felt very on edge. I was coming down from a week-long anxiety attack. I'm thinking it was because of that I felt on edge. To my left, there's this entrance door that leads to the second school on campus, my old high school. And that's where I was about a few minutes ago, since my dad's class is located in the basement of that building. Outside that building, there's a lamppost, and I turned to see it. The second after my eyes set on it, I noticed it was flickering. I thought nothing of it, thinking that it must be bugs flying around it or because of what's happening with the energy crisis in our town. It's lowering the voltages, causing that flickering, as they did during COVID-19 lockdowns. Hence why I don't think it's paranormal. But what makes me post this here is how the flickering and the black that appeared in between, it started becoming bigger and bigger every time. 3 times flickered, and the 3rd time the black spot was very big. Then there was an oomph sound everywhere and nowhere at the same time, before almost the entire campus was dived into darkness. Everything was dark except the classes. I could see the lights from the space under the door. The darkness lasted for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. I jumped up and walked as fast as my legs would allow the cafeteria. They wrote that wrong. I'm going to fix it. I jumped up and walked as fast as my legs would take me. I was allowed to the cafeteria to ask the lady behind the counter, and the cleaner that was with her chatted if they were okay. To get them from where I was, it would take me a minute tops. But when I entered the cafeteria, the lights came back on. And when I asked, They said there was no power outage. Confused, I walked back to the bench. Everything was normal. The bell went off, and a break ensued. But in the minutes of darkness, it was completely silent, and I felt dread and on edge, even a bit of fear. I'm used to power outages from living on an island growing up. I've many times run out of power throughout the winter, so I always carry a flashlight with me, and I make sure my phones always have flashlights too. Amsterdam and Athens. I'm going to a night and evening school in a small town in central Macedonia. One of my classmates, Zoe, has 2 kids, a son and a daughter. The son lives in Shanghai, and the daughter lives in Amsterdam. This Christmas, Zoe orchestrated a surprise visit with her son to Amsterdam to go see her daughter. After the surprise, they decided to do tourist stuff, and they went on an Anne Frank tour. Sorry if that's not the right way to say it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Seems fine to me. When Zoe noticed a familiar person, me, or at least someone who looked like me, I'm talking identically looking like me. She wore the same outfit I would wear on the first day back to class after holidays anyway. White fleece shirt, white fleece leggings, black trainers, my black cardigan and gray puffy long jacket along with my purple beanie, my pink Oxford-themed scarf and emerald green gloves. The identical me wore the exact outfit as described and had the same hair color as me, dark brown. And even she had the same body type and walk. Zoe spent most of the tour being perplexed and hurt that I didn't come and say hi. So by the end of the tour, she walked up to the identical me and got her attention. But the identical me turned, and Zoe, instead of meeting my glass-wearing hazel green-brown eyes, Zoe was looking into emerald green eyes and no glasses. Confused, Zoe asked her. She asked her name. She said that her name was Helena Nasto, instead of my name, and she was from Aggio in Peloponnesus. To make things weirder, the last name Nasto is a family name for my dad's side of the family. Aggio is where my maternal grandmother and her family are from, and Helena is a family name and a name that my parents considered naming me. Zoe then shared this event on the first day of class after we exchanged gifts. And we shared wrapped desserts for my name day, which is on New Year's. I found it very odd because it reminded me of a different story my mom told me about Uncle Nikos, family friend who we refer to as Uncle, experienced in early December. The event goes as such. Uncle Nikos lives in Athens, and one day he was on a public bus when he saw me on the bus. He found it hilarious because he was on the phone with my mom. He hung up because he was about to get down and decided to pass by and surprise me. She wore the same gray puffy jacket and she had red hair like I had the last time Uncle Nico saw me. He walked up to her and tapped her on the shoulder, called her by my name when the other me looked him up and down confused. And Uncle Nikos saw emerald green eyes. And Uncle Nikos realized that he made a mistake. He called my mom asking where I was. My mom eyed me across the table as I was eating breakfast and said I was here with her. He got so confused and told us the story. My money's out on the doppelganger. Well, my dad thinks it's a parallel universe version of me, while my sister thinks it's a cousin of ours, but spent the holidays looking for her social media but couldn't find her. Dad asked around the family, but there is a Helen and a Stowe, but we don't look like at all, and she's blonde with blue eyes. It's the first 2 times that people said they saw me somewhere that I haven't been, and even someone looking identical to me. It's not my mom. I think I died twice when I was a child. Yesterday I was on a school trip to Kozani, Greece, and we were 4 in a car. V, me, Z, and E. Okay, when people do letters, I like to put names there because it drives me nuts, so we're going to go with Zoe for the Z, because she already said that in the last story, Vicky for the V, because it's too easy, and Evelyn for the E. Continuing onward. When the topic of the conversation went to car crashes, seatbelts, and speed, since my classmates are a bit older than me and remember when seatbelts weren't compulsory when these memories came to the front of my mind, while always being in the back, but always knew that they didn't make sense. The first memory is one I had always thought that was a dream, because I have it in two different versions in my head. The memory goes as such. I'm little age 4 or 5, and I'm in my parents' car, sitting between my paternal grandma and my paternal aunt. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt because at that time we didn't know the car had a third seatbelt buried in the seats. We figured it out later, though. We were driving pretty normally until a police car got in front of us and drove at high speed. We kept our distance till the police car abruptly stopped and we smashed into it. That's where the memory splits in half. In one memory, I'm about to fly into the windshield, but my grandma holds me back and I only hit my ear on the pillow of the front seat. The other memory that I really thought I dreamt of was me going through the windshield, laying on top of the car. Then, from an out-of-body perspective, I saw myself, who had her eyes open, staring up and blood coming out of her ears. I saw the police officers and we crashed into. They came out and they rushed to see what they did. And my mom and dad on the side of the road sobbing. I remember thinking that I didn't like hearing my mom cry and wanted to go back. So I floated toward my body, and the next thing I knew, I was blinking because somebody was shaking me. I realized that I'm in my bed, and Dad's waking me up for the trip. I threw a tantrum, refusing to go into the car, and I demanded that my booster seat be in the car instead, not taking it with us. Mom and Dad try to place my booster seat in the middle of the back seat, and that's how they figure out the third seatbelt. Seeing the third seatbelt and my booster seat installed, I calmly climb into the car, wipe my tears, and start playing with my stuffed monkey. Throughout the trip, I didn't let go of my grandma's hand or my stuffed monkey, and I stared through the windshield so intensely that Dad found out and asked me why I was being so weird. I told him I had a bad dream of me dying because of the police car. Dad was about to say that there was no police car when the police car appeared. I begged Dad to take a different exit. My begging and crying woke Mom up and asked what happened. I was clued in. Dad, sighing and shaking his head, tells me that the second exit will make our trip longer, so I better hold my pee. Unfortunately, we met the police car at the second stoplight after taking exit 2, and we crashed. I hit my ear in the pillow. My grandma had a semi-firm hold of me, and the belt did its job to a good extent. But I didn't die this time. Now, whenever I recall this event with my family, they all say I didn't hurt my ear much, and they just kind of bumped it, and that Grandma held me in place. The third seatbelt was discovered by us and the police on the scene as they were stopped and gave her statements. Dad said that I was on the side of the road staring at the windshield with an angry look and even went up to it and smacked it with my palm, calling it a bad windshield. To this day, I have an intense fear of not wearing my seatbelt. I don't take my seatbelt off if the car engine isn't off, too. Dad says I always kind of was like this, especially after the crash. He found it funny, and one more odd thing about me, by the way. The other odd thing was my table manners, which were like an adult's while not being taught table etiquette up to that age. Even the restaurant staff had found it funny. And odd, I've been told. My age during that time was 3, a year or 2 before the car crash. The second time I think I died was when I got run over by a car when I was 7 years old. I was in my current hometown, and it was just my maternal grandma's town. We were visiting in the summer and running some errands. I started having a fight with my mom about me not wanting to go to another shoe store. I was tired of tying and untying my shoes. I feel you. Mom crossed the road and refused to act in a sort of a rebellious move. That's when I bumped into someone coming out of the bank. They were on the same pavement as me. That someone was my dad. He asked what was going on, and Mom yelled across the street the whole story. People passing by looked at us weirdly when a man on a motorcycle in the process of climbing down told me I was being ungrateful and that kids in Africa would love to have more shoes. Dad agreed with the stranger and told me to cross the street and stop being difficult. I'm old now, not a child. Annoyed, I set out to cross the street. But I don't look both ways. Next thing I know, I'm staring at the driver of a Jeep, and my hands and feet are at odd angles, and they hurt, and so is my neck. The look of pure horror is the last thing I recall before my vision faded into black. The next thing I knew, I was standing by my mom's side. She was telling me that we needed to go to another shoe store, and I recognized the bank. I kept my mouth shut, but my whole body's tingling and I'm shivering. We meet up with Dad, who comes out of the bank, and he grabs me to hug me and says I'm cold, and then starts rubbing my shoulders to start warming me up. For the rest of the errands, I'm forced to stay by the sun to keep me warm. To this day, I'm 24 years old. Whenever I'm on that street, I stand across the bank and I feel shivers. I almost had a panic attack when I had to enter said bank last year to settle some things with my debit card. Both death memories snuck up on me while we were driving. We were talking about car crashes. I added to the conversation that I'd been 4 car crashes, and then we changed the subject, but the realization stayed with me throughout the trip. Did I quantum jump universes those times? My theory is yes, and it's not the first time. My blue shirt. I was packing my things to head to the college city for my residency, and due to the overwhelming hot weather that came out of nowhere, I had to unpack my summer clothes to take with me. I chose my best shirts, and as I was refolding them, I would try to think about outfit options, trying to measure for how many days these outfits will last me. That's when my mind drifted off topic, as it usually does. When my mind went back to the current topics, the war in Ukraine, climate change, my country's economy, and my future, I wondered what's become of us as humanity. When I started mechanically folding my shirts, I picked up my blue shirt. My blue shirt has letter prints on that I usually wasn't able to make out or tried too hard to read because I bought it from a Chinese thrift store. I knew it wouldn't make much sense since many times the shirts have grammatical errors or sentences or gibberish. I pick up my shirt to take a better look at it, and to see if the sleeve length is good for the weather. That's when I saw the shirt's letters print. Weirdly, I could make it out. It wrote, "What we think we became." And I froze. Found it very odd, like it was a sign or something. Weather and distances. I have 3 weird experiences, probably glitches to share. And I don't want to spam the sub, so I'm compiling them here. 2 are weather-related glitches, and 1 is a distance glitch. Weather glitch 1. This story's been told to me time and time again. It's something my maternal grandpa lived through, and my mom was able to partly witness. So my grandpa and the rest of his family were visiting Greece for the summer, since at that time they were living in Sweden. So it was around the late 1970s, maybe early 1980s. I was never told the exact date, but anyway. My grandpa was driving while the rest of the family, aka my grandma, my Aunt Helen, and my mom were asleep. It was on a 2-lane road, and the second lane kind of led in the opposite direction. He noticed that it was raining only in half the road, and the car was sprinkled by that rain only on his side, the driver's side. He let an audible sound of surprise, waking my mom, and she saw the roads wet from her side of the window. Confused, she asked my grandpa what's happening. My grandpa just said it was raining. Mom says that Grandpa never stopped talking about this until he died, 2 months after I was born. Weather Glitch 2. Ever since my mom, grandma, her mom, and my entire family have lived in my grandma's house, now our house. Oftentimes when it's raining in our town, most times it's only raining in the front of the house, and if somebody's in the sunroom or the kitchen or the master bedroom or big bathroom, they might have a completely different weather, from sunshine or just plain cloudy without rain. And when it would stop raining in the front, and only then will it be raining in the back of the house. It's been happening for years, so we perceive it as normal, but my sister's best friends were over for a few weeks and it was raining and noticed the event and said it was weird. And that made me question why this happens so often. It's rare that it's raining on both sides of our house. Distance glitch. I moved to my college city in late 2017, and I live at my aunt's house. During the times I'm there, I'm in charge of the house, and I have to clean it, cook for myself, and all that. It used to take 10 to 15 minutes to get to the most frequently used bus stops, around 20 minutes to get to the nearest supermarket, and 20 minutes to return, meaning you spend 40 minutes coming and going without adding the time you spend inside. In 2018 and 2019, I had timed myself as I had to go to the supermarket, and I have a shower and I'd be ready in 1.5 hours, but I needed to go grocery shopping. It took me 30 minutes in total to come and go and even shop because I knew the aisles were and the items I needed. And I was walking pretty fast, wasn't tired at all. Pandemic comes, and the world opens up again. That sounds backwards. I find another residency, so I live at my aunt's house again because it's easier. And here's where things get wonky. The distances are bigger. How the hell is this possible? Also, there are more shops around and it's more centery, this part of the area. Yes, they finished the entrance and the exit of the metro. The iron covers were lifted and the pavement was freed, so you didn't have to risk walking on the street, but that doesn't make sense. How now it takes me 30 to 40 minutes to get to the supermarket because it feels like an entire block was added that I have to cross by. Furthermore, opposite the supermarket, there weren't any stores. Now there's a pharmacy, and it says that it's been there since the 1980s and it looks old. Plus, the supermarket seems to have grown by at least 3 or 4 aisles. You used to walk from the pasta aisle to the tea and baby formula aisle, and then the liquor and the nut aisle, which led you to the chip aisle and the juice aisle. Now you walk past the aisle, which takes you to the second dessert aisle, then the baby formula aisle, to the liquor and the nut aisle, and suddenly you see a third dessert aisle, and then you have soda and water alongside the juice aisle. The water and soda aisle was always mixed by the juice aisle. Meaning that the supermarket has grown 3 or 4 aisles, yet is the same length on the outside. Just my 6 cents on the matter, maybe they're closer together. What Doctor Who mindfuck is this? Why suddenly does it take me 10 minutes longer? Otherwise known as I need an hour to come and go to the supermarket and 15 minutes to my most used bus stops. My walking pace has changed and, well, I'm sure they meant it hadn't. And also, I get tired all the time whenever I do the route. It feels like every time I did the most exhausting exercise ever. At first, I thought that it was because I wasn't used to it, and I've maybe added a few kilos due to the pandemic and health, but I've always been doing this route for 2 going on 3 months now, and I've toned and lost a few pounds because of this, and yet I still feel as if I'm fighting some sort of invisible force. Suddenly my aunt's house is further uphill than it used to be. What's happening? And to add more to this, in 2017, for the first time I had to go to the supermarket, and I'd seen one while returning home on the bus. I mentally noted the bus stop, and I waited for the bus at my regular bus stop. The bus comes, and I'm in the supermarket. And that supermarket isn't the one I mentioned above, by the way. It's a different building in a different area, but the same supermarket chain. I finish my shopping, I go home. Yet throughout the entire time, I'm feeling dizzy and disoriented and had to open a bottle of lemon juice and pay for it later because I had just started seeing black spots in my vision. One worker said I looked pale and helped me sit down on top of a stepping stool, but no idea why I was dizzy to this day. I just felt wrong. The following week, I need another grocery run. So I climbed the bus again and wait patiently for the bus stop, and I went over the previous week. That bus never came. We didn't even cross that neighborhood. I asked the driver, and he said that bus 33 doesn't cross that route. The previous week, I'd used bus 33 because it's the only bus going through the bus stop I used. The only supermarket the bus stops at is the same one that I mentioned earlier, and it's about 20 minutes away then and 30 minutes away now. In 2019, the bus 33 changed its route returning to home base, quote unquote, and it started going through the neighborhood and area of the supermarket I used the first time I went shopping in 2017. Realizing this, I'd gotten so dizzy I almost fainted thanks to the mist being behind me. She caught me, made me sit down. The route hasn't changed again since, and every time we cross that supermarket, I'm reminded of that time. Filled yet empty pepper shaker. This happened 2 days ago, and I've been thinking about posting it on the glitch subreddit. Still, I don't know if it fits. I've had posts being off topic and deleted, and I don't want to be blocked because I have so many posts deleted or something like that. So I'm posting it here in hopes it's the right subreddit. On to the event. It was around 5 p.m. and I had just finished a Zoom interview for a job. Didn't get it, spoiler. Anyways, I was preparing my plate for late lunch. We had pasta with minced meat and tomato sauce, and I wanted to add a bit more salt, pepper, and sweet paprika to my plate. I grabbed the table versions, which are a nice shaker, but I changed my mind and put them back and used the shakers that we use when cooking. I finished with salt, sweet paprika, and I grabbed the pepper. One moment the shaker is filled halfway and I see it. The moment I have it in my hand, I shake it to pour some on my plate. Nothing falls. I open my fist to see the shaker empty. What the hell? I just blinked and turned around. I wasn't tired or had anything happen to me in my vision. I'm 100% sure the pepper shaker was filled halfway, not empty. How can it be empty? I have experienced glitches in the past, but to this quickly things change? Never. The shaker was made of glass, and it was clean, nothing on the outside that confused me. I asked my parents if the pepper shaker was empty, and they said, yeah, for a month now. They use white pepper instead of black pepper, or they use the mixed peppers for food because the supermarket has a shortage of black pepper since last month. Did I see into the past, or different timeline? Is this considered a glitch? Because I do consider it. Any other theories of what could have happened? Here's my hot take. So, if it's at all humid where you are, whether it be glass or plastic or whatever the medium of your holder is, it can sort of stick to the outside very slightly of the inside, not the outside, but it can stick to the inside. And if it sticks to the inside, it'll look like there's some in there, and then you try to use it, and there's nothing coming out. So it might have looked like it was there. Then, when you tried to shake it, a tiny bit came out. That was stuck to the sides. And then there's nothing in there. You were expecting a bunch to come out, but nothing really came out. That's my guess. My dad and mom's voices. This happened on Sunday the 16th of January 2022. The first event happened at 8 p.m. I was in the wash closet of our house. We have a full bathroom and a wash closet, and I had a coughing fit that sounded really bad. As I've calmed down and I'm trying to catch my breath, I hear my mom's voice coming from the full bathroom, asking me if I'm okay. The bathrooms are connected with a common airway, and we usually use it to speak to one another if it's necessary. Otherwise, it's used as an airway. I say that I'm okay and I get out of the washroom, and I go knock on the full bathroom's door to reassure my mom that I'm okay. But nobody was in the bathroom. My mom was in her room and on her computer. Confused, I asked Mom if she'd been in the bathroom the past 5 minutes, and she said she hadn't. She didn't want to lose any moment of her friend's radio program, so she was keeping her water intake at a minimum. I just shook my head, went on with my afternoon. The second event happened at 6 a.m. I was about to head to bed after spending the entire night writing. I'm more creative at night. And I decided that that was enough. Certainly enough writing for tonight. Went to brush my teeth and pee before bed. I'm peeing when somebody knocks on the door. Then I hear my dad's voice asking me if I'm okay. I say, yeah. And he says, all right. Before I hear him enter the kitchen and open the small kitchen light, and I hear him prepare the kettle for his coffee and prepare my sister's breakfast. I look at my phone, and it's 6:15 a.m. I think that Dad might have woken up an hour earlier than usual because he couldn't sleep. He usually wakes up at 7 a.m. and starts waking my sister up for school. It wasn't unusual for my dad to wake up at 6 or 5 a.m. or not sleep at all at night, reading comics on his computer waiting for 7. So I shrug it off, get on with my thing. But when I finish and I'm shutting the light, I turn to say good morning to my dad, but the kitchen is empty and dark. Dad is nowhere to be seen. I quickly go to my parents' room and I hear my mom and dad snores, so I go back to my room and just go to sleep. At 7 a.m. I woke up to the sound of my dad's alarm clock. I get up to go ask my dad if he went to the kitchen around 6 a.m. He said nope, but had a dream of getting a glass of water from the kitchen. I'm still confused about those two events. Any idea of what could have happened? Strange encounter in Kanazawa. I'm in Japan with my girlfriend and his brother for a trip. And these days we're in Kanazawa, and today me and her brother saw something really strange. We were changing bus at Omicho Market, and to reach the other bus stop we had to pass through an underpass. It was around 8 p.m. We called the elevator to go upstairs, and it's a transparent elevator, so we can see two boys and a girl coming down. My girlfriend's brother was waiting in the front of the center of the elevator, next to him, to his right, my girlfriend, and then me. The door opens, the boys leave the elevator. So I wait for the girl to get off too. She's not getting off. So I peep to see why she's not getting off. Well, no one was there. So we get on the elevator and get off at the ground floor. Here my girlfriend's brother says something like, "That girl." I asked him if he saw her too, and he said, yeah. Then he knew I saw her too because he saw me searching for her in the elevator after the two boys got off. Both of us saw that she had long hair and she was wearing a light pink-gray coat. I got shivers when we found out that we saw the same non-existing person. I'm having them also now writing about it. It never happened like that. Neither him or me. My girlfriend didn't see anything. Late night encounter with a girl in a white dress. So this happened 2 years ago. I just came back from my vacation trip outside the city. My bus dropped me at the station at approximately 1:30 a.m. I got into the main road and started looking for a cab to go home. There was no cab or any person on site. Standing for 5 to 8 minutes looking at both sides of the road to find a cab. On my left, I saw a girl in a white sari, a traditional dress for women in my country, standing like 50 feet away from me under the lamppost. My heart immediately started pounding. I looked the other way and started praying. A few moments later, I heard her saying, "Hey sir, can you do me a favor?" I was shaking. I turned to her and she was like 4 feet away from me. I immediately took 2 steps back. She smiled and said, "Are you afraid of me?" I said, It's almost 2 a.m. and there's a girl in a white sari standing in front of me at a lone place like this. Yeah, I'm a bit afraid." She chuckled and said, "Don't be. I'm the one afraid, actually. It's really late and I'm alone here. I need to go home. But I want someone to accompany me. Would you please come with me? My home's not far from here. Just to let everybody know, in my country, it's not safe for any woman to be out alone at night. I was scared shitless, but I didn't want to leave a young girl alone there. So I agreed to give her company, but asked her to keep distance." She chuckled and said, "Okay." I really didn't want to talk or make eye contact with her, so I didn't even ask her why she was alone there at this time of the night. I didn't know where we were going. I just followed her. I walked beside her keeping distance. She also didn't say a word the whole time, which was also really eerie to me. After walking for like 15 minutes, she stopped in front of a steel gate which was on her right. She said with a happy face, "My home is a few steps from here. You don't need to take any more trouble. I can take care from here. Thank you for helping me. You're a good person." Then she turned her back and started walking. Thought my job was done. I turned the opposite direction and started walking, but out of curiosity, after taking a few steps, I turned my head to see where she was going. She was gone. There's no girl on sight. I turned back and came in front of the gate and looked around. She was gone. I looked at the gate. It had a padlock on it. There's no way anybody could unlock it, get in, or lock it from the outside in 2 to 3 seconds. It's not possible, at least for a human. But I still didn't know what the gate was for. I looked up and saw a sign over the gate. It says X Cemetery. I realized everything that just happened with me. I started running. I saw a mosque on site and started running toward it. There's always a mosque near a cemetery in my country. I rushed into the mosque, which obviously was noisy. The priest of the mosque woke up and came with a baton, thinking that there was a thief. He saw me laying on the floor unconscious. After a few minutes, I woke up. He asked me what happened. I explained everything. He understood everything and told me the story of the girl. 7 years ago, a girl was raped and killed. People found her body under the lamppost I was talking about earlier. Her face was messed up. No one identified her, so no one came to claim her body. So no complaint was filed at the police, too. The rapist or rapists still roam free to this day. Since no one claimed her body, the locals buried her in the cemetery I said earlier. Since then, a lot of people, especially young guys, have had interactions with her. Some had a hostile experience. Some had peaceful ones. I'd like to think that mine was peaceful. Bad smell in house. My sister recently died from cancer. My family had to adopt my 10-year-old nephew because the father was out of the picture. He plays his PS4 in front room, mostly in his spare time sometimes. And once in a while, I'll go to hang out with him, and I would smell this awful smell. To describe it, it's hard, but it's like the smell of an infection. If you ever take a Band-Aid off an infected wound, it smells like that. It is not a good smell, and the first time I smelt it, I thought milk got spilled everywhere on the carpet. We have a rule for him. He's not allowed to have drinks in there, but kids are kids. So I literally followed my nose around the carpet and couldn't find anywhere on the carpet where the smell was. The smell was very potent, and I'd called another family member into the room to see if they could determine its source. They couldn't even smell it. I asked my nephew before, and he couldn't smell it either. I thought I was having a stroke or going crazy. Later on that day, after my nephew had vacated the room, I went back in and the smell was gone. Periodically over the months, I would smell that smell in the room, and I could never find the source. I even smelled around my nephew to see if it was just him being a stinky kid. No luck. Which he's not. He showers every day. Oh, and before I forget, that was also the room where she used to live up until the day she died. I didn't really think about it all that much until one day my friend and his daughter were over, and we're all downstairs watching television on the big screen. Nephew was also in the room. All of a sudden, I smelled the same smell again, and it was even stronger than before. And let me just add on to this, it's an extremely distinct smell that I would not confuse with another. It was focused around the area my nephew was in, and now I knew the smell wasn't localized to either the upstairs room or coming from my nephew. My brain started spinning into overdrive. Again, no one else could smell it except my nephew, who this time apparently could smell it because he commented on it before I did. This kind of freaks me out because even though I have a limited belief in the paranormal, I can feel in my gut that this smell is from some kind of presence watching over my nephew. It worries me that the smell is not a good smell, and I feel like it may be representative of the state of whatever afterlife my sister is in. She was 9 years older than me and moved out of the house when I was young, so I never really knew her all that well or had a close relationship. I know she had many problems in her life, and she didn't treat my mom very well right up to her death, even though my mom went above and beyond for her. I also just found out my mom has had my sister's ashes upstairs in the closet, so now I'm officially a little bit freaked out. Unrelated, but my grandma also lived in the same room and died from cancer years before, and every once in a while for years after I'd randomly smell her perfume around the house. Again, a very distinct old lady perfume no one else in the house has. I've heard of people being sensitive to spirits and such in different ways, but is smelling spirits a real thing, or am I crazy? I think I can smell my dead sister checking in on her son. I saw a ghost car and found out there was an accident there recently. This happened today, and I'm still in shock. So tonight I did a 2-hour drive to go back home, and it was nighttime. I was getting out of the mountains, which is followed by desert, and not even having an exit for like a whole lot of miles ahead. There's only 2 lanes on this part of the highway. I was driving on the right when all of a sudden I see headlights coming toward me pretty fast. I couldn't see what kind of car it was, but I drive an SUV and these lights were low, so I knew it was a lower car. I look in both mirrors to watch the car. It was just us 2 cars here. Then I physically turn my head to see the car. I see in my blind spot now. I turn my head back to the road where I'm admiring the big bright full moon when all of a sudden the spot where the car's headlights were supposed to be goes pitch black. I look back, didn't see a car. Mind you, there was no exit nearby. We were just getting out of the mountains. There would have been absolutely nowhere for this car to go. I was so confused, and when I look back ahead, I see a big lit up cross on the side of the road. All white lights. I started to get spooked out. I've done this drive 1,000,000 times and never seen that. This was my first time driving at night in a while, since I had a weird occurrence the previous time too. I was speechless. I decided to Google it and realized some people see ghost or phantom cars. One person suggested searching the areas for recent accidents. That's when I find 2 articles from a month ago, on a date that was significant to me. An elderly man died in that area in a singular. He was the only car fatality. Something else that's a crazy coincidence too, he was a resident in the extremely small town that I live in. I'm genuinely so shook up. I wonder if he was showing me what happened moments before he passed away, or warning me. I have no idea, but what I do know is that I was or am of a state of mind that I saw a car disappear into thin air. Pervy Paranormal Pal. Even people who believe in the activities of paranormal entities have a hard time believing this. But I put it on my lovely mother that this is true. So about 6 years ago, I moved my wife and her 3 kids out of their crappy little trailer. They deserved better. So I acquired residence at an old farmhome and moved them in. As the story goes, it was originally built in the early 20s and added onto and remodeled in the 70s. It was a quaint little space. Didn't stay warm in the winter, nor cold in the summer, but it was miles better than what we had before. About 2 weeks in, my wife, which is my girlfriend at that time, told me not to pinch her butt while she was cutting vegetables. I was appalled, sort of, not really, but because it was like I was 5 feet from her at the time. As time goes on, she began to tell me how she constantly felt something pinching her butt when she was in the kitchen. I thought she was just losing her marbles. She didn't work at the time, so I thought it was just cabin fever getting the best of her. Fast forward a bit, and she's got a job at school now. I'm at home alone on Friday and decided to prep some veggies for my meal prep. Not a minute in, and I feel this absolutely ferocious grab on my butt cheek. Not a little pinch, but a total grab and lift. Full cheek. It was as exhilarating as it was terrifying. For 3 years, every time I was cooking, I would feel it. Nothing else ever happened. Nothing unexplainable anyway. Just booty grabbing. It was wild. We moved out a few months ago, and I kind of miss my friend. Precognition as an EMT firefighter. I, a 25-year-old female, work for the fire department that runs ambulances, and I work part-time EMS at 2 stations. I'm fairly new to the field, so I haven't ran any really severe traumas or calls yet. I have had a few code blues and blacks. Today, while we were doing training, I was told to hold the head of a dummy. While they were messing with the dummy and talking, I had this odd thing, like a flashback, and a huge, strong feeling of deja vu. I had seen myself in the exact position with both hands pressing down on the head of the patient. I had my blue EMS windbreaker on from part-time EMS station and the sleeves tucked into my elbows. There was blood all up my forearms, splattered on my coat and me, and I was holding pressure on a head trauma outside on a scene with snow on the ground. I was heaving and panicked. Tears were rolling down my face. My EMS director was talking to me saying, "Hey, it'll be okay, keep holding pressure." "It's okay, it's almost done. Scott's fiance, who's an officer, will be here soon." Then that little flashback or vision, I suppose, vanished. I was standing in our classroom again. It really bothered me. It felt so real. I was near to tears after. The panic, the inability to catch my breath, the painful cold all around me, and the strong smell of blood. I've never had a call like that. I keep getting these moments of deja vu at that department, like I've sat in the recliner 100 times or looked down those halls hundreds of times, and I'm only a few months in for a volunteer. I've only worked there a handful of times. Anyway, I've had these moments like that before, where I had deja vu and it happened. I feel so upset and scared that it'll come true this winter during car crash season. Saw a figure in my garden as a kid. I just really need to get this off my chest. I'm 20 years old right now, and this happened when I was around 7. For some more context, at that age, my family and I would always visit our vacation home during the summer, located in the Netherlands. The house was located in a vacation park with lots of trees around. Our garden specifically had a tree line at the back. Now what I remember, and what my family remembers too, even though my sister's too scared to talk about it. It's that evening when my parents were saying goodbye to our aunts and uncles. I absolutely freaked out. I remember so incredibly well seeing a white figure standing in the back of the garden. It seemed like someone wrapped in white fabric, and only their face was visible. The exposed part was just completely black. It was not a real person because the figure was radiating a white light. It scared me so much that I ran back inside. But even inside my home, I could still see it through the windows. It didn't move or speak, it just stood still. Till this day, I can't have the curtains open when we're in that part of the Netherlands. I know most people would shove this off onto a child's imagination, but why the hell did I keep seeing it even after minutes of moving from my spot? My family believes from how scared I was, my older sister gets angry whenever I mention it due to her fear. The cats are hissing and growling at our possible entity in our home. So my previous post a while ago had some spooky things going on in our home. We've kind of never had much of a reaction with the cats. But that started to change. Now my cats have always been super chill, except for the occasional growl at strangers at the door. Very rare for them to do. Like if they hear somebody at the door, they'll growl. It's cute, but it hasn't happened in a long while. But in the last week, we've had 2 incidents with unexplained hissing. My Arya, she's the only female cat of 4, was part of the first incident. It was nighttime, pretty late. Husband was sleeping next to me, kind of a night owl. Now her usual spot is next to our bed on the swivel chair. It's for the desk. I reach over and pet her from where I'm sleeping. So I look over her and she's standing up straight, just staring at her door that's open to the hallway. I ask her what she's staring at. She fucking growls. I'm like, what the fuck? She keeps staring and growling as I pet her. There's nothing there, by the way. Nobody outside, no other cats. I look. I go in the hallway. Nothing. She isn't old either. She's only about 6 or 7 in cat years, so no senile there. She does eventually calm down, but it was spooky. Now remember, I said my stairs are kind of haunted. Well, that's where the second incident happened. That was today, too. My husband saw this one. He said our cat son, Tyrion, ran from the landing up the stairs, turned around and hissed at the empty space. This cat is the chillest, like my toddler sometimes pulls his tail. I've been very diligent about them being gentle with my cats. And he'll just meow at them and they lay back down and usually rub against them. He's just that cool of a cat. He doesn't hiss. I don't think in the 6 or 7 years I've had him that he's ever hissed. Except when I take him to the vet. He loathes the vet. So now I'm wondering if this is a bad entity that had stopped by. Also, they never lay on the landing, just usually the second part of the stairs. So I wonder if my cat pissed something off by sitting on the landing. Should be noted, I haven't paid much attention or showed any fear with the entities that may be here, since the incident anyway. I feel if something is here, it's coming and going. Perhaps some kind of portal near my house, or on it. Haven't seen anything, haven't felt much of a presence, but who knows? Probably blocking things to protect my mind. My daughter occasionally talks about the scary monster, but it can be anything for her. Sometimes it's a bug, sometimes it's something outside, or when it's dark. So to pinpoint anything has been hard since she's a toddler. A hand in the cabinet in my kitchen that scared my husband. My house is haunted for sure, but it's the type of haunted that isn't consistent. Personal opinion. My house is near a portal or on one, and they come and go, never really staying. I've had instances of children's laughter, shadows, cold spots that move, hissing cats at doorways, one spooked cat on the stairway, creaking stairs when no one's on them. Lights not working in the bathroom at night, faces the stairs, but then work the next day, and just overall feeling something's watching me from the stairs when I'm sitting on the toilet, and sometimes when I lay in the bed. Most things happen on the stairs or in our closet. The closet is flush to the stairs. They share a wall. And once in a while, the kitchen is super rare. Well, last night was a kitchen nightmare. I had just left the kitchen after making tea, getting the kids some Kool-Aid. I sat down and my husband was starting to make dinner. He was making deer meat spaghetti. I hate the taste of deer meat, so he's kind of trying to hide the gamey flavor with spices so it just tastes like normal beef. I don't know how he does it, but it impresses me. He reaches underneath one of the cabinets and lets out a yell into what the fuck. He scurried out of the kitchen like backing away. Now this guy isn't scared of anything. Like I remember freaking out with the kids' laughter and he hardly budged. He told me to ignore it. That's what he usually does with this paranormal stuff. Kinda used to it, he says. Until he saw the hand. He said he was reaching down to get a pan, and a frickin' ghost hand zoomed past the cabinet. It's one of those deep-pocketed ones at the bottom that holds a bunch of pans. Our son likes to get in it sometimes, he's 2, and he can easily shut the door and have tons of room, so whatever the hand was disappeared in the wall cabinet. This kitchen is flush to our neighbors, it's a townhome. He was freaking out. He kept yelling, "I saw a hand, I saw a hand, I saw a hand." I don't think he's even seen a ghost. Maybe heard them, smelled them, some ghosts have sense by the way, or felt them, but seen them? I don't think so. He still went back in to make dinner after he calmed down for a second. I'll admit, I was pretty uncaring and I said, "Oh, a hand? Fun." I think I've just learned to ignore. They usually don't bother you. They do feed off fear, I think, or deep emotions. But I do feel a little paranoid at times. Welcome to Paranormal M, the hub of inexplicable phenomena and spine-chilling encounters. Brace yourself for a series of eerie and captivating stories that'll keep you awake at night. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay connected to the latest happenings in the world of the paranormal. I was possessed several times throughout my childhood. I grew up in an unbelievably haunted house. My mother, my brother, and I are all very sensitive to spirits, but that was hardly relevant when it came to this house. Everyone saw and heard things. I have endless stories of encounters we had there. But in this post, I just want to focus on the hard evidence that I was possessed many times as a child. There was a period of time when I was around the age of 7 or 9. I would fall asleep in my bed in my room, which is on the second floor of the house, and then I would wake up on the couch in the living room on the first floor. The first time it happened, I thought my parents had moved me down there for some unknown reason, but they were just as confused as I was. You'd think sleepwalking might explain this occurrence away. There's a problem with that theory. I was a small, hyper, and curious child, as most children are, and because of this, my parents installed French doors at the top of the stairs, and further installed a sliding bolt latch at the top of the doors to keep me from falling down the stairs at night. The latch was so high up that I would have to retrieve a stool and climb onto the stool, then stand on my tippy toes to reach the door latch. Then, to finally open the doors, I'd have to move the stool out of the way. A small child sleepwalker could never do this, and even if I could, my parents had found that the doors were still closed each time they found me downstairs on the couch. Closing those French doors while on the other side of the steps would have been a challenge for me, even if I'd been awake. To this day, we have no explanation for how I kept ending up downstairs. What made it even more unsettling is that when this occurred, I'd often wake up on the living room couch with white goo all over me. The closest thing I can compare it to is like baby throw up. There would be a trail of it leading to where I was on the couch. Many years later, after we had long left that house, I was going through some old drawings I made when I was a kid. Around the same time, I was having the sleepwalking issue as well. I was very into video games, comics, animation, so that's what I would usually draw. Within those drawings, I found some very disturbing drawings of old buildings and what looked like portals. Many objects I couldn't recognize. They were very well drawn, and I've never been able to draw buildings well. They were better than anything I could draw even today. I'm a decent artist now. There was only one word amongst the drawings, and it was at the top of a drawing of an old torn-apart building with what looked like a portal next to it. The portal had something coming out of it that was beaming downward. It was not my handwriting or that of anyone I know. The title of the drawing simply said, Monster. The Haunted Saxony House and the Green-Faced Lady. I grew up in an extraordinarily haunted two-story house on Saxony Lane in Houston, Texas in the late 90s. Occupants of the house included myself, the oldest daughter, Jacqueline, my little brother, Kenneth, my mom, Norma, and my father, John. My father had grown up in the Saxony house with his 3 siblings, David, Karen, and Kristen, and later decided to buy the house from his father. This is when he was ready to start a family, lucky me. At the Saxony house, we would see, hear, and experience paranormal things on a regular basis. Constant night terrors, dark and translucent figures standing or running down the hallway that connected to our bedrooms. Toys and trinkets flying across the room. The piano playing a sweet lullaby by itself. Doors opening and slamming shut. Lights flickering or turning on and off. TV sets switching to static. Shadows engulfing you while your back was turned. Boots stomping up and down the upstairs hallway or the stairs while we're playing and eating in the family room or kitchen downstairs. One time while my dad was away at work, my mother called the police. She thought there was an intruder stomping around and breaking things upstairs, but the police came and found no one else in the house. This was just what we came to know as paranormal. Now that you have the introduction to our haunted abode, I can tell you about the green-faced lady. I'm 28 now, but when I was a small child around the age of 4 to 11, I think it's fair to say my memory started to form around the age of 4. There was this green-faced woman who would appear in my reading nook in the southwest or upper left corner of my room by my closet. She would torment me, call me names, tell me to do unspeakable things. She would cackle and reach out her wretched long finger to point at me. Take that finger. As you could imagine, I would freak the fuck out when this first began happening. I would cry and scream to my parents downstairs. They would lock me in my room upstairs with a gate. I was too small to open it. Sometimes they would come up and try to console me and open the gate, but I'd be trembling and crying and explain that the green-faced lady wouldn't let me leave the room. I can't accurately tell you how many hours I spent of my childhood being tormented by that green-faced woman, but eventually her tricks and scare tactics got old and tired as I aged. I never understood her motivation or what she wanted. My father's sisters lived in that bedroom before me. The green-faced lady knew them as well. After my family finally left the house, my father sold the house to his sister Karen. I have no idea why we're choosing to keep this cursed house in our family. And my younger and same-aged boy cousins moved into that room. They told me that the green-faced lady tries to scare them and make them feel bad about themselves, but they just ignore her. I think if any rational human saw the green-faced lady and experienced her nightmare bedroom, they'd faint from fright. At this point, it's almost like she's a part of our family. Wonder when she'll decide to retire. My first encounter with a friendly spirit. It was the summer of 2009. My family and I had just moved into our new home. It was not long after weird things would happen from time to time. My room is located at the end of a narrow hallway. Back then, my sister and I would share my room. The idea behind paranormal always scared me senseless, but because I never experienced anything related to that myself, I was a little skeptic. But I still believe in it a little. At the time, I was 11 years old, and my sister and I were in bed about to go to sleep. I don't know how long I had my eyes shut, but I believe at the time my sister had already fallen asleep. She was on the right side of the bed that was adjacent to the wall, while I was on the left side that was open to the rest of the room. I was sleeping with my right arm hanging over the side of the bed facing away from my sister, when all of a sudden I heard a whisper near my ear saying my name. I thought nothing of it since I was pretty sleepy at this time, but then my arms started to lift up. This woke me up and I just slowly pulled my arm back toward me because I knew that you weren't supposed to get scared because they feed off that energy to ignore it. Don't get me wrong, I was freaking out internally, but I played it cool and just scooted closer to my sister and forced myself to go to sleep. Even though I was scared, and in general, I get scared very quickly, it didn't feel like it was a bad spirit. Maybe it could be a loved one of the previous family or somebody else that lived in our home and just wanted to let us know that they were here. Who knows? Anyways, that was my first experience, but definitely not my last. My sister, along with a few relatives who would stay with us for a certain time, also experienced things, if you'd like to hear more about that. I'm a firm believer of the other side, and I know that there's more to this world than we know. Saw a shadow dude, or a void dude. I don't know, but it was while making my baby brother a bottle. So when I was 12, I'm a 19-year-old male at the moment. I had to watch my baby brother because my parents were out for work, and my grandma was at the hospital for some old people issues she was having. No offense, love the old people. I was making Jay, my brother, a bottle and turned around to shake it. It was baby formula with water and powder. Baby milk, sort of, for the folks that don't know what a formula is. And as I was shaking the bottle, I saw a tall-as figure. But he wasn't really a shadow because I could see him, but not through him, like I couldn't see the wall on the other side of him. I could just see a black void, but it wasn't a shadow. He was walking very slowly toward my grandma's room, which is weird because she has Jesus crosses everywhere. I'm not religious, I wasn't then, nor am I now. But it was odd that it was going to her room. She wasn't dead, nor is she now. It had pointy long hands going backwards, and it walked on its tippy toes with long legs. It wasn't tiptoeing in a sneaky manner, it was tiptoeing with big steps. Can't really explain it. I froze up. I don't know how long until I heard my brother crying in his crib, so I ran to give him the bottle and I locked myself in the room with him because I wasn't scared of a ghost. I was scared that it was a real person. That's how realistic it looked, even though it was real. I don't know how to explain it. I just wanted to share that because I don't want to die holding onto that weird-as memory. For short, I saw a tall as thing walking to my grandpa's room while I was making a bottle for my baby brother. I know I wasn't tripping or anything. I know what I saw. I'm not here for an answer. I enjoy the unknown. I just wanted to get that memory out because it crept up on me recently. You can just write as. As is weird. Menace. It all began in Northgate 404 when I lived with my mother. I would recall hearing strange noises radiating from the radiator. No pun intended. The noises would haunt me significantly to the point where I would stay awake for literal hours. I was sleep-deprived when I arrived at school. My teacher seemed genuinely concerned for me every time I came looking like a zombie, until one day, I returned home on the bus, exhausted as always. I noticed the basement door had been left wide open. I yelled up the stairs to my mom, asking if she had left the basement door open. She yelled, "No!" back down to me, so I closed the door without a second thought. Every time I lay in bed, I felt like my eyes were watching me. My friends always stated that they felt pressure every time they came over to visit. It was strange, but nothing short of a possible coincidence. 6 years later, I no longer live in those apartments with my mother due to her having trouble supporting my siblings and me, but my mother still currently resides in the apartment. My mother and my little sister Marissa come over frequently to visit for lunch, and always come over and relay the real and strange experiences in these complex apartments. One day on our way home from church in the car, I was talking about my favorite horror games. Then my mother was talking about a strange handprint on the wall in the basement that just happened to appear. I'm super skeptical and love horror, but this story intrigued me. I asked my mother if she had been home or if Marissa had been home. My mother works at Walmart pretty intensely as a team lead, and my little sister attends school pretty much every day. And that handprint is not children-sized, as I've learned. My mother explained that this wasn't the only strange event at the apartment. Objects move independently as if misplaced or lost, not where they originally were. For example, a figurine of a church seemed to move from the kitchen into the living room. A lamp seemingly fell over, and finally, my mother's boyfriend at the time had been locked in the bathroom upstairs while my mother was downstairs cleaning the dishes. My mother's boyfriend began to harass my sister Marissa and demand answers as to why she had locked him in the bathroom. These small things were bizarre, so I decided to investigate further. I returned to my mother's apartment where I used to live, and it felt as strange yet familiar as it did before. I took my flashlight and my EMF downstairs. Yep, I brought my EMF. And I began to search for the so-called handprint. Then I found it on the wall in a messy and cold basement for some reason. All the hairs were standing on my arms and neck, and I felt like I was freezing. Then I got a headache after staring at this handprint for about 5-ish minutes. I was uncomfortable, and the vibes radiating from that basement were horrifying. My mother's moved from 404 to 453 and still experiences strange occurrences. 404 to 453 experiences strange events. For example, a trash can slides across the floor, and peculiar scratch noises are heard from the basement, even when the cat's upstairs. Somehow my mother's keys ended up in the basement recently. She would most likely not put her keys. And then not too later, a handprint appears in the basement. I knew I had to see it. I knew I had to investigate and record this phenomenon. Perhaps whatever it is has followed her. But the day I went to my mother's new apartment in 453, I photographed the unique handprint on the basement wall and photographed it. A month later, a strange handprint appeared on the wall above my computer, very close to the ceiling, and consistently the lights flickered in my house. My hair stood up at random times throughout the day. I've also photographed this. Ask Reddit. Years ago, I was living in the back room of my basement. One night I woke up to my blanket being slowly dragged down my face. I pulled it back up and went back to sleep. Next night it happens again, only 2 times this time. I pulled it back up, figured I was dreaming, and went back to sleep. Okay, 3rd night happens again, so I lay on my back to make sure I'm not dreaming. Please keep in mind, I'm a very light sleeper, and I've never been able to sleep on my back. I'm laying there, and sure as shit, the blanket starts slowly going down my face. Now I'm freaking out. We had no animals at that time either. So I'm laying there in the dark room, paralyzed in fear. I finally thought to myself, the TV remote is right next to my hand. I can turn that on to light up the room. So I gather some courage and move my hand a couple inches to grab it. Before I continue, please note that ever since I was a teen and had a TV in my room, I know where the power, volume, up and down channel buttons are on all my remotes, even in the dark by feel. Nevertheless, this remote's power button is all the way at the top with no other buttons around it. I grab the remote and start pushing power. Nothing. Pushing it over and over, nothing. I even felt around the remote to make sure it was the right way. I was hitting the power button, yep. Still nothing. Now I'm shaking. So then next thought is, well, my cell phone's on my other side. I quickly reach up, grab it, open it, and it lights up the whole room, with my other hand still on the remote's power button. I hit it, and it turns right on. What in the actual fuck? I'm scared as fuck. Sorry, not sorry. That was way too much of a coincidence for me. That TV stayed on all night. I've never snoozed any TV ever since, and I'll never sleep without a TV on all the time now, because fuck sleeping in the dark. I told my mom the next day, and she went down to that room and said a bunch of prayers and left a Bible in there. I never had a problem in that room again, but just for my own paranoia, I moved out of that room and into the living room part of the basement. Haven't had any problems since. I know it doesn't sound scary, but when you have a gut feeling something is wrong and then that happens, it is. What's your most scariest haunting paranormal encounter? I'll go first. I lived in a haunted house at an early age. Though despite this, my memory remains fresh of most of these encounters. We were there for a year, so I was 3 to 4 during, and I lived with my older brother, older than me by 3 years. My younger sister, younger by 3 years. So just a baby at the time, my mother and my father. The house looked overgrown. Thin vines grew on the walls, large bushes in front of the windows, and it was fenced in the front with a large gate circling the backyard. The haunting started pretty quickly. My mom would hear heavy boots stomp up the stairs despite nobody being there. My father would get locked out of the house despite nobody being inside, and my brother would hear doors opening, but I got the worst of it. I was looking out of my window, watching my mother go to work. She had a double shift as my dad wasn't the best of dads, to put it lightly. I stared until I noticed a large pitch-black snake following her to her car. The snake looked to be double her in length, despite it slithering, thus curling its body. My mother's 5'8", which makes the snake around 11 feet long. It followed her a couple of minutes until she'd gotten into her car. Then it slithered back into the bushes near my window. I looked down to see it looking right at me, Despite this, I would still go outside and play with the other kids. Playing in the backyard till dusk, my brother and I were playing separately. My brother, loving sports, ran around throwing a football, whereas I played with one of my toy animals. The one toy in specific was a big T-Rex. The T-Rex looked like one of the older renditions before Jurassic Park, upright with its tail dragging the ground. As the sun set further, our mother called us inside for dinner, so we went inside. I noticed that I left my toy and went to go get it. It was dark to where I could make out any noticeable color, but not too dark so I can see outlines and details of objects. I noticed the T-Rex chilling right by the tree where I'd left it. I went to pick it up only for it to crumble. It was dirt in the shape of the T-Rex. I got freaked out and ran back inside. Now notice I said that I can remember most of these encounters. The reason I point this out is because my father said he'd often see me sitting in the corner of my room or in front of a blank screen. He'd ask me what I'm doing and I'd simply say, "The old man told me to." I have no recollection of these things happening, but my father swears up and down that this did, in fact, happen. This last one is the most horrific. Waking up in the middle of the night, I heard footsteps. Luckily, my TV was on, so I still had light, thinking that it was my dad. I got up to go to him, but when I opened the bedroom door, there was an old man standing there. He looked down at me and looked corpse-like. I freaked out and banged on my mother's bedroom door, and she opened it, and I hollered about how there was an ugly man in the house. She took it as someone actually breaking in and picked me up with one hand and had a bat in the other. Basically ran around the house, turning every light on and cussing loud enough to worry some of the neighbors. And those are my encounters that I find to be the scariest. Characters I Hate, Part 2. I'm back. By the way, this is obviously over-exaggeration. Some of these characters I'm somewhat neutral about, but I have fun reading the insult a bunch of characters anyway. Smiley face. Already covered Eleanor, Larry, Joan, Mike, Bonnie, Arvo, and the Heifer from the comics. David. Honestly, his ass is a mess. Firstly enough, David really hating on Javi for no reason. Like, bitch, he raised your kids for you while you were doing the apocalypse equivalent of buying milk. And you want to get rid of him? Then he got the nerve to take AJ from Clemmy. Like, you've got a whole-ass drug addict running up and down your limited supply, and you want to trash Clementine for actually having a good reason to use a bit of medicine to save AJ? And there's when he tries to kill Xavier because Kate's got a crush on him. Like, you can have Xavier show no romantic interest in Kate, and Dave still tries to kill him. Like, if you don't sit the fuck down before I lock up your ass and pull the trigger. Kate. This is a damn 2 for 2, because I don't like her or David, depending on the route. Mainly for the fact that Xavier could show no interest in her, and she want to act like she was leading her on. Like, she can dead-ass slap him for rejecting her, like, bitch, what? Then there's the fact that just before David and Xavier fight, she pulls a, "I can't believe I loved either of you." Like Heifer, and Javi didn't even pull the moves on your ass for the entire game. What the fuck you mean, loved me, ho? I didn't even make advances on your ass. Get the fuck out of my face, you goddamn semen demon. I think we all have to yell at my producers for putting this in the collection of things to read. I have no idea what's happening. But, I press forward nonetheless. I apologize. This is not my choice. Blame them. Badger. This egg-headed bitch is nasty as fuck. Like it's a good thing his shiny as head's getting splattered on the floor, because the way he was acting, it's dead-ass felt like this human cigarette would have sex with a walker. Guess it'll make sense, because he's about appetizing a shit stain on a hooker's thong, so no one besides a walker would be willing to get anywhere close to him. Honestly, it's like if room temperature milk was a person. Gabe. Y'all thought I was done with Garcias. Well, this no-chin love disc lip ass looked like got smoked too, like he could literally call out Javi for killing Conrad to save him. Like, I'm sorry I shot someone. If you could live, I guess I'll just let you get shot when someone else puts a pea shooter in your temple. Then he wants to side with his failure of a father, even though he tries killing his uncle right in front of him over some bullshit. What is this? Ben. Honestly, I'm gonna have to legally change his name to Bitch, because the amount of deaths this dude causes is unreal. Like he had Katja, Duck, Carly, Doug, and Chuck killed and almost got Clementine killed. I don't know if he's a kid, he's still grown enough to pick up a weapon and whack a couple of heads. Or at least, or at the very least, remain useful. But he does none of that. Then he blows up at Kenny wanting him to stop wishing he was dead, and I'm like, you got his kid and wife killed and you expect him to be calm and collected after finding out what you did? Sorry, ain't gonna cut it with the loss of a child and a lover. Honestly, he's bad luck personified. Sam. She literally dragged McConaughey into this whole mess. Tried making it seem like they were friends despite the fact that her Saya haircut having ass held her at gunpoint not even a couple of minutes ago. Honestly, Norma was a little too merciful with her cause, like a rat. Once you let her ass escape, she'll come back for more. And this time with backup from her piss-pants brother. Okay, I don't watch very much TV. And I don't know why my producers put this in here. Is this information from The Walking Dead? Shooting a guess out. Somebody let me know what in the heck that was, and yell at them, not me. Am I possessed? I don't feel like myself anymore. A while back I used to serve in the military as an officer in the Navy. Before one of my appointments at a base off in Trincomalee Harbor, I was given cabin number 15 of a 2-storied building. This was housing officers of the fleet. The peculiar thing I noticed on the first day I settled in my cabin was that there was no roommate but myself in the cabin. It was mostly allocated to myself, while all the other cabins accommodated 2 officers each. I was not a senior officer of the fleet at the time. There were much more senior officers accommodated adjacent to the room I was allocated. I had a batchmate of mine in the adjoining room, and when he returned after duties, I asked him why I was singled out while everybody else had a roommate, which was the routine procedure when allocating accommodation. My batchmate told me that there was a superstition surrounding the cabin number 15, and that people believe it to be haunted. I asked around regarding the origin story about the superstition, and I was not able to find any at the time, but I was able to find out why I was given the cabin. While I was in the Navy, I was pretty infamous for debunking ghost encounters among our junior officers. I'd even taken up open challenges to stay the night alone in some post-war encampments where a lot of carnage took place during the Civil War. I've even stayed a whole week in a radar outpost where an officer ran for his life after a supernatural encounter without any incident. We won a few bets even. So the officers who planned the allocation of cabins had decided to give the sole ownership of cabin number 15 to myself, just to test me out of my claims of being a debunker. A few days passed without an incident. But not like in other places I've stayed, I've felt that this cabin has an eerie vibe, especially around 3 a.m. where I found myself to wake up for no reason at all. When I wake up, it's not out of fear or surprise. I just opened my eyes for no reason. Whenever I check the time, it's around 3 a.m. or close to it. I find myself unable to doze off afterwards. I feel tired in the morning. During the day, while I carry on with my routine duties, I investigated about the cabin expecting to find the typical someone died or hung himself in the cabin story. There was none. Even the building was relatively new, but officers who slept in the cabin even for a single day claim that the cabin is haunted. I asked around what type of experiences the officers who slept in the cabins had. They all sounded exactly like your typical haunting. An apparition appearing beside the bed, shaking you out of bed, or scratching and pulling a leg, but I didn't experience any of that. The only oddity I did experience was the waking up at 3 a.m. A few more days pass by, and now I experience a recurring dream where I find myself staring at what people call a shadow person. They'll be standing beside my bed. I don't jump up scared from my bed, but keep on staring at the entity who doesn't seem to have any facial features, but just the empty and dark shadow. And again, I open my eyes and I see the time is around 3 a.m. I experienced the same dream continuously for about 10 to 15 days. I really found it hard to fall back asleep, usually entertaining myself on a mobile game or on YouTube till sunrise. Wink. Somehow from the day I got accommodated in the cabin 15, I could not get any sleep past 3 a.m. A few more days passed, and one day I went to bed expecting to see the same dream, wake up at 3 a.m. I dreamed of the shadow holding out its dark hand and covering my mouth. For the first time in many years, I woke up frightened and felt my heart racing with fear. But this time, the clock read 2 a.m. From that day on, I felt my whole personality change from being optimistic to cautious, and even my taste in food had changed. My love of spicy food changed to the point of where I can't handle the sight of too much spice. I felt emptiness sweeping me away. I felt so demotivated in work and even in life. Even now, when I'm no longer in the military service, I don't feel myself, and I always feel a dark presence inside of me. Am I possessed? Or is my life taken over by this shadow entity? Is Cabin 15 a portal to the shadow world? Was this shadow waiting for the perfect host while scaring everyone else away with parlor tricks? These are the questions I wonder to this day. My granddad fought a demon. This is an encounter of my late granddad, Percy. My late granddad never told me this story in person, but my uncle, my granddad's dad, firstborn son, narrated this experience, because apparently my uncle's life was at stake. My granddad used to work in the railway department, and as a privilege, he was given accommodation in the department married quarters for the whole family, a duration of 5 years. The experience that I'm about to note down occurred during this stay of the family at the departmental married quarters in the 1960s. My granddad was a really fit sportsman. He used to play rugby and then transitioned into bodybuilding and martial arts. Granddad Percy was in his 40s. My uncle was about 6 or 7 years of age. He was the only child in the family at the time. Being a sportsman and a martial artist, it obviously implies that my granddad was a man full of confidence, and a very outspoken personality, and was relatively fearless. Grandmother, of course, was the calm and quiet housewife who managed the household and kept things smooth, the typical housewife of the 60s, but with strong willpower and love for the family. Things had gone past smooth, and a few months had passed by while the family settled into the married quarter. The backyard of the married quarter opened up into a small swath of woodland. beginning with a line of banana trees popping out and taking up most of the space in the line of sight with their leaves about 50 feet from the house. The front of the married quarter opened up onto a carpeted road leading straight to the railway station, and in the 60s, the area was not densely populated with houses placed around 50 meters apart. And during the night when sun sets, people settle into their home and had nothing much to do apart from having dinner, going to sleep. My granddad used to love having a smoke sitting at the porch in the backyard, enjoying the cool breeze flowing from the woodland every night. Do this before going to bed, and used to tuck my uncle in and go to sleep. My granddad did not entertain alcohol in the system, being a lifelong fitness enthusiast and a sportsman, but had the occasional drink or two with his buddies. As the family grew ever more comfortable with their stay in the married quarter, my granddad used to notice that a wild boar used to appear from behind the line of banana trees and look straight at the house, staying still for a few minutes. My granddad had not noticed any wild animal roaming around in the woods during the day, and even the railway department to whom the married quarter belonged had not informed my granddad about any potential wildlife that may be a threat to the family. The woods was supposed to be void of wildlife, and a single wild boar habitually appearing at night and just staring at the house was rather odd. But my granddad shrugged it off, thinking that maybe he was out there to pick on the bananas falling from the trees and hadn't told anyone. The sighting of the wild boar became a routine appearance for my granddad, even showing it to my uncle and my grandmother as well. But what the wild boar did when it appeared from out of the tree line deeply disturbed my grandmother, since what it did was nothing else but stare at the house. My granddad had even tried to chase it away by throwing rocks at it, but it seemed unfazed. And of course, there were no firearms allowed in the country, so the option of shooting at the boar was out of the question. No matter what my granddad threw at the boar, exactly around the time of sunset when everything becomes engulfed in the darkness of the night sky, the wild boar would not miss its cue to show up and stare at the house. A few weeks had gone by. My granddad noticed a change in the routine of the wild boar. The wild boar would show up and retreat to the woods, and then the banana trees towards which the wild boar retreated would start shaking violently. Everything else stayed still. My granddad would notice a dark silhouette of a tall man and a well-built human behind the banana tree. My granddad used to call out in the dark silhouette and ask if it was somebody there, and then pointing flashlights at the sight would reveal nothing. With the appearance of the silhouette, the entry of the wild boar stopped altogether. During the holidays, my granddad cut out most of the banana trees and cleared the line of sight. But again on that night, my granddad described the encounter between the entity. My granddad had seen the dark silhouette standing right there where the banana trees were. It had gone after it was alone. Because my granddad was late to come to bed, grandmother and my uncle had gone out to the back porch and had witnessed my granddad punching and kicking the air as if he was fighting something unseen, shouting out loud, "You will not take them, it's either you or me." Afraid to the bone and unable to think of what to do next, my grandmother had to run out of the railway station with my uncle to get the help of the security staff. When my grandmother and uncle had returned with the night guard, my granddad was lying flat on his face with the mark of a black palm on the back of his shirt. It was torn, as if he was mangled by a wild dog. My granddad was rushed to the nearby medical center, and when he awoke, he immediately asked for his son, my uncle, and had told him never to go into the backyard alone, even during the day. My granddad, when recovered, handed over the married quarter immediately and left with the whole family. According to him, he had encountered a demonic entity known in Sri Lanka as Mahasona, who was considered a renowned warrior during the age of great kings, who after his glory days got plunged into a life of sin and depravity, which got him killed by one of his fellow warriors who slew Mahasona. by decapitating his head and burning it. But due to the immense power and prestige the warrior's name boasted, a witch has resurrected the fallen warrior by replacing the decapitated head with the head of a bear. The demon is infamous for riding a wild boar into battle with forces of light and loves bathing in the blood of the innocent. The signature kill blow of the demon is palm strike to the back of the head, which luckily my granddad had dodged and had it hit him on his back. My granddad, who was furious when he saw the black silhouette standing near the place where the banana tree stood, had gone out to see for himself what the silhouette really was. And when he got close, the demonic entity had revealed himself to my granddad and demanded the blood of my uncle, who was a mere child at the time. My granddad had fought bravely against this demonic entity, denying entry to his entity. My granddad had now passed away, but he got himself a tattoo of the demonic entity in his back, just as an old folks' tale described the demon. That was how brave he was. The man in my home. To give a little background before I share this encounter, the ghost encounter happened about 2 years ago, a little after my grandfather passed away in 2021. He lived in a different state and suffering with dementia, heart problems, and things like that. He and I weren't close at all. He didn't like children, but didn't care to know me as I was growing up. After he passed, my family had to take a trip out to his place and clean his house and clear out to be sold. As I went through his things, I got to know him a little more, felt him. I shared a lot of similar qualities. With this being said, he was very possessive of his things and liked to keep them in pristine condition. He owned a Mercedes, a Prowler, and an SSR. He loved cars. And kept them in mint condition, like I said. When he passed, my mother took the Mercedes and SSR and stored them in her RV garage about 30 feet behind the guest house. I also took a few of his artworks. I liked them, and they fit very well with my home. My mother had wanted to build a guest house to rent out for a few years. After he passed, she used the money from selling his home to do so. I moved into it a few months after he passed. Yes, I do pay her monthly rent. One day or so after moving into the guest house, things got weird. The first night I was there, I was hand-washing dishes I bought earlier that day. It was around 10 p.m. that night when I'd heard loud footsteps coming from the small hall leading to my bedroom. I live alone. I turned to see what it was, and I saw a pair of black, shiny men's dress shoes standing a few feet away from me in the shadows. A few seconds later, they were gone. I froze in place, not sure about what I just saw, and I tried to let it go. The following week after this event was full of anomalies. While being in this house that week, I felt I wasn't alone. I always felt that I was being watched. Things would happen at night and sometimes during the day. Books would fall off my shelf, things would fall off the wall, and creaks could be heard through the house. Some may say this is just because it's a new construction, but I know the difference of new construction sounds and abnormal sounds. That night especially, I would hear a few footsteps throughout my house while I was trying to sleep. The last paranormal experience I encountered pushed me to do something about it. I was standing in my kitchen and my cat was standing right next to me when suddenly one of the cat's toys rolled across the floor, came to a sudden stop. I know it wasn't the AC, and it wasn't a gust of wind. It was pushed. After this happened, I purchased some sage and cleansed the house. To my surprise, everything I had experienced came to a halt, and I never heard or saw anything again. The house felt empty for the first time in weeks. Shortly after I cleansed my house, my parents had told me that the cameras in the RV garage were picking up weird movements. They showed me the footage. Saved pretty much all the data there, but nobody was there. However, you could see multiple orbs flying around. There were a few bugs and there was some dust, but there was a distinct difference between these. Whether you believe it was just my imagination or maybe it was truly a haunting, I'll leave it up to you. I fully believe there was somebody in my house. Whether they're trying to hurt me or speak to me, I'm not sure. My childhood ghost. In my lifetime, I've encountered and seen a lot of paranormal things. It makes me wonder whether or not this is something I possess, or maybe just so happen to be in the right place at the right time. This encounter happened when I was a child. I was around 10 years old when all this began. When I was around 3 years old, we had moved to a different state into an older Victorian house. The house was built around 1990, I believe. I was around the age of 10. I began to notice a tall, dark figure around the house. I made small comments to my parents, but they ignored it. The figure would visit me almost every night. I had no idea who he was or why he was there. This figure was darker than a pitch-black room. I could see the vague resemblance of a top hat and some sort of coat. I would usually have dreams about him sitting on the end of my bed and trying to reach out to me or playing with my hair. After these dreams, I would awaken to him standing in my doorway. He never did anything to hurt me, but he always made sure that I was aware of him. I would often get afraid and call for my mom. She would later bring me into her bed and I'd sleep there for the night. One particular memory of him always sticks in my head. One night while I was sleeping in my parents' bed after being frightened by him, I heard a bang. It was loud enough to wake me up, but not loud enough to wake my mother up. I opened my eyes and looked around the room to find where it came from. I had noticed my father was gone from the bed, but I assumed he left for work. I then saw the man descend the stairs to the first floor. I rolled over and woke up my mother and asked why my dad had left. She said that he had left about an hour ago, so this was definitely not him. I continued to see the man try to reach out to me and do random things in the house to get my attention. Around the age of 13 is when I moved out of that house. I continued to see him until the day I left. To this day, I still think about him and wonder who he was, or what he was. Seeing as though he didn't follow me to the next house, I assume he was trapped there. Again, this is just another one of my experiences. And if you do not believe it, that's just fine. Even though I was a little kid, I without a doubt believe he was real. The Ouija board. For some background, I've never used a Ouija board. Though I have multiple paranormal experiences in the past, many of you had seemed to enjoy my experiences, so I figured I would share another. The story takes place about 3 years ago. I was around the age of 18 at the time. I'd recently made some new friends that I seemed to get along with well. One friend in particular had a certain love for the dark things of the world, such as ghosts, cults, demons, and the like. He was very fascinated by it, read all about it too. For the sake of privacy, we'll call him Mike. The longer I knew Mike, the closer we grew. He began letting me in on all the paranormal experiences and interests that he had. I didn't think much of it until he pulled out a mint-condition glass Ouija board with a wooden bottom and a wooden planchette. At the time, I didn't really believe in Ouija boards. I had never tried one though, so I didn't know if it actually worked. thought it was cool and reached out to touch the board when he asked, "You want to try it?" My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't sure if I wanted to, but curiosity got the best of me, and I said yeah. My friend Mike and my other friend, we'll call Sam, sat around the Ouija board and placed her hands on the planchette. We circled it around and began asking questions. Mike had told us that there were two beings in his home, and both were friendly. One was younger and one was older. Both were male. When we asked if anybody was there, to our surprise, it was them. While I was a little hesitant, we continued on, asking questions like where they died or maybe what was the other side like. The planchette moved under our hands slowly. And it did answer each question. I didn't believe that it was a spirit moving this planchette, but more so my friend doing the work. Mike insisted that he wasn't doing it, and he was not a liar, especially about things like this. For our final question, I asked the being to draw a star on the Ouija board. Mike told me they didn't do things like that, and I couldn't ask it. Before I could reply, the planchette started moving under our fingers. While I watched it work, I had thought it wasn't drawing a star, as it was doing it in an odd way. The more I watched it, the more I realized it was oddly drawn. But it ended up being a star, just like I asked. Even Mike looked stunned. After we had finished that session, an idea popped into my head. One that I wanted more than anything. My other grandfather had passed away about 2 years before this took place. I missed him dearly, and I wanted to speak to him again. While I knew this wasn't something I should have done, well, emotions got the best of me. We knew it wasn't safe to reach out to somebody that may not reply in his home, so we took the board to a park far away. We sat at a park table at about 2 a.m. and circled the board once again. Sam stayed behind, so it was just me and Mike. I called out my grandfather, asking if he was there. After a few minutes, there was nothing. Then finally, I'd gotten a reply, but not the one I wanted. I started by asking what his name was to confirm. I thought it was my grandfather, though the being responded and had a hard time spelling his name. Almost like it wasn't him. With hesitation, I asked if he was my grandfather. Slowly but surely, the planchette made its way to no. My heart rate rose and chills went down my spine. I asked for his name. As this event still makes me uneasy and I wouldn't like to invite that energy back into my life, I will not repeat the name. After we learned its name, I quickly ended the session and walked away. Mike could see how disappointed I was that I didn't get to speak with my grandfather. So before we made our way back to the car, he stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and asked if I wanted to try one more time since we were a good distance away from the previous place. Reluctantly, I said sure. We sat down and we did it again. I called out for him and received nothing. Mike suggested talking about memories of him, so I did. I reminisced about the funny things he used to do and how much I missed him. After doing so, I asked again if he was there. For some reason, the energy around us seemed more pure. When the planchette went to yes, I asked it if it was him and got another yes. I grew happier as I realized this might be him. I asked a few questions that only he would know, and he answered them. I told him that I missed him, and he told me that he missed me too, and told me not to cry. I was pretty much bawling my eyes out on the sidewalk. I had a good conversation. To be quite honest, it really helped. Once we packed up the board, we headed back to his house, and I vowed never to touch it again. Now, I'm not sure if what I'd experienced was real or not, but I will say one thing. If it really was him just moving the planchette, then I guess I should thank him, because even if it wasn't my grandfather feeling that I was speaking to him, it really helped. but the eerie experience I'd gone through on that park table will sit with me forever. It's been a long time to bring the story forward, as if I buried it deep and didn't ever want to think of it again. To give some information, I'm a 14-year-old male. I'm Catholic. This helps you know how I felt during the events of this post. 1. Hammy. Hammy was my first hamster, and my only pet for a while because my dog lives at my grandma's house because my mom would constantly jump from house to house. One day I was getting ready for school. I noticed Hammy was looking tired. He was walking and looked very tired and sick. I told my mom, and she said that she would get medicine for him. Later that day I got home and I noticed Hammy wasn't in his cage. I told my mom, and she said Hammy died. I was deeply saddened. It was my first time ever losing my pet. I cried. Now, one of the reasons why I loved Hammy so much is that he made me feel safe at night. I was about 6 during this, and I couldn't sleep in silence. There had to be a constant noise, like air conditioning. But Hammy would stay up running his hamster wheel, letting me sleep in peace. After Hammy died, for the next 2 years, I still heard that hamster wheel running, as if he was paying me one last 2 weeks of safety in the night. A lot of weird stuff and spiritual stuff happened in that trailer that I lived in for a while. 2. Brother, I have 3 siblings, 2 alive and 1 passed. My brother died at 2 hours old. He died in 2008, a year before I was born. My mom had told me about him when I was 4. I told my sister when she was 3 one day. My sister and I were playing in our room. We saw a piece of rolled up paper that was slowly floating above us. Moved all the way to our closet and into one of the containers that we kept the toys in. And it dropped. We told our mom and she didn't believe me. They got kind of mad at me too. She was thinking I was scaring my sister. Me and my sister always refer to this as our brother visiting us. As this event happened only a few days after we took a framed picture of him into our house. And while now being more strong in my faith, I don't know what it was and probably not sure if it was him. This memory always reopens when me and my sister talk about stuff. Weird apparitions and voices. These are more recent. First apparition is one of my mom in a completely different part of the house. This was after I was riding my bike, so I was like 7 or 8. I saw my mom in the kitchen and heard a voice. Come here. For about 5 seconds before my actual mom called me and I told her about it. She said something like, "They're trying to get you." Now that's the last of the paranormal events that happened in that house, because shortly after my mom's second divorce happened, we moved out. We moved in with my grandmother during COVID. Then my mom was having my second sister, and we moved into a new house in a bigger city where I currently live. That leads us to my last events. Voices and whistles. My mom calls me by whistling or calling my name. At times I'll hear these, and not like faintly, like she's actually calling me, and it's happened even when she isn't home. But the worst one happened about 2 years back. My mom's current stepdad and my youngest sister. There's a cow yelling at me. They were out to go get some bread from a bakery, and I was alone in my room, and then I heard my family talking. Even the sounds of my sister as they walked up the porch stairs, and I waited for them to knock. I was right next to the door, so I could open as soon as they knocked. But I waited about 3 minutes, and they never did. I looked out a window, and no one was there, not even our car, and it was very, very vibrant and accurate. Genuinely sounded like they were outside. It scared me. Went into my room, and after a while I heard it again. could hear my stepdad talking with my mom. They weren't there, and I prayed. I prayed for it to stop. And it did. Strangely, at the same time, both my mom and stepdad were unable to call during this, as I tried calling them when they got home. I told my mom everything. She just said, "That's weird." Final paranormal event. Ave Maria. Like I said, I'm Catholic born, baptized, raised. Took communion and will die Catholic. It was late at night and I should have been asleep. I went to the restroom and walked back to my room, and I felt like I was watched. I felt something near me. I ignored it and walked back to my room and prayed a Hail Mary during that. I smelled roses. Now, roses are associated with the Blessed Mother. I prayed feeling safe that, it was as if Mary was reassuring that I was safe. She was keeping whatever was out there. Couldn't get me, trying to keep it from me, I guess. I slept feeling safe, protected. A ghost hugged me, and it could be a former person who committed suicide at my apartment. Last night I was really upset about something. I couldn't sleep because I was just too sad to sleep. Then I got up from my bed and went outside to the living room. I looked outside at my apartment window just to breathe some fresh air. When I was standing, I suddenly felt someone hugging me. There was no one in the living room. Everyone in my apartment was sleeping. I felt like I was hugging a person in real life. I felt loved. I felt all the warm love there's a cow screaming at me back there. I felt all the warm love hormones in my body that you get when you hug somebody you love. I'm going to restart this one. A ghost hugged me, and it could be a former person who committed suicide at my apartment. Last night I was really upset about something. I couldn't sleep because I was just too sad to sleep. Then I got up from my bed and went outside to the living room. I looked outside at my apartment window just to breathe some fresh air. When I was standing, I suddenly felt someone hugging me. There was no one in the living room. Everyone in my apartment was asleep. I felt like I was hugging a person in real life. I felt loved. I felt all the warm love hormones in my body that you get when you hug someone you love. There was someone who committed suicide in front of my window. I was standing in front of it. It was an Indian man who had jumped off of his window and landed in front of my window, but 4 stories below my apartment floor. I saw his dead body 3 years ago before the police came over to cover it. It could be a ghost or an angel, or a god, or my dead grandmother or dead sister. I don't know, but whatever it is definitely somebody who cares about me. After the hug, I said thank you. I was able to go back to sleep and feel good too. I'm not religious, but I do think there are ghosts or spirits, and I do believe in God. Experiences like this always keep me in Christianity and to be a good person. If I do die and become a ghost, I would hug anyone who's feeling sad. If ghosts could do that. See ya. Step into the eerie realm of Paranormal M, where every tale is a chilling reminder of the supernatural forces that surround us. Join us as we unravel the mysteries of the unknown and delve into the ghostly and unexplained. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to be part of our thrilling exploration. What would happen if you were to see this? Now, I wasn't sure if this could be considered as paranormal or not. Plus, I wanted this to be What would happen if you were to see this? Now, I wasn't sure if this could be considered as paranormal or not. Plus, I wanted this to be a question, but I had to put gore instead since I wasn't having anything to do with medical with organs. But long story short, my mom had an enlarged heart and soon passed away due to cardiac arrest. I thought it was her disease that was the cause of her breathing problems and chest pains. I was in the room speaking to the doctor, and as I left, a nurse spoke to me of what she saw during the autopsy. The enlarged heart and dilated aneurysms were removed. There, she said, as the pathologist placed it on the table, he went out to get a drink or something. But as he did so, she was doing her report on the computer, till she saw the heart start to thump really hard by itself. At first, she was curious to see it happen, as she had never seen anything like this, until it began beating irregularly. She thought she was going crazy, but as she gotten close to my mom's enlarged heart, it was like for a good few minutes. The nurse said that she could see the instruments on the table shaking due to the pounding and hearing a disembodied heart, believing that it was possessed by something, until the pathologist arrived back where it stopped. Now, I thought it was hogwash, as she was probably pulling my leg. She was maybe exhausted with all the work. Now, there could be some explanation about this, as it's probably temporarily jump-started until stopping again. Since it was a wall-to-wall globular enlarged heart with multiple dilated aneurysms of her SCV, aorta, and pulmonary artery. But I've wondered, could spirits or souls or apparitions possess organs? I think I should tell the whole story. It happened at the end of July of this year, on Friday the 28th. I had to admit my mom to the ER very early in the morning, like around 5, since she was having chest pains and having breathing problems due to her condition, and her being a slim woman. I mean, she had this condition for 17 years since the growth developed. Since we didn't really have any health insurance, we just did the best we could. As they took her in, they gave her a chest x-ray, and later an MRI. And what they found was that she had a wall-to-wall globular enlarged heart, multiple aneurysms of her blood vessels, and one in particular was her thoracic aortic aneurysm. It was literally the size of a grapefruit, and her pulmonary artery aneurysm was huge. But what stunned them was that she had a rare fusiform superior vena cava aneurysm that patients have. However, they took her in, and just later that night, she passed away from cardiac arrest. Stupid me, I had to place my head on her chest to hear her heart beating in agony. This is where I got to hear the final beats of her heart, due to what's called a gonal rhythm, as the poor thing was still giving some weak beats after she passed. I was devastated when it happened, and I blamed myself. But 2 days later, I went back to the hospital, and I got a call from the doctor to meet him at the hospital. So I did, and arrived in the morning. I came and waited. I got a call from the nurse to go meet with him. As I entered the hallway, I was met with a sheer cold. Now, I wasn't sure if it was coming from the AC, but hot damn, I was forgetting to bring my sweater. However, I was alone in the hallway, where I began to hear this throbbing or pulsating sound emanating from within the hallway. At first, I thought it was coming from the AC vents, I didn't see any when I was walking as this pulsating sound was becoming audible in volume. The more I got close to the room, the more I heard this throbbing pulse. But as I got to the door and opened it, it stopped. It was something that I believe was the weirdest thing ever to hear. Of course, I was tired at that time and didn't even eat breakfast or have any coffee. I met the doctor and we talked about what happened as he laid out the details of the condition that my mom had, presented me with my mom's heart. I was flabbergasted and shocked as I saw the sheer size of this oversized organ. He told me that the pathologist was a big guy, but even holding it with bare hands, he was stunned by its size and weight. I once thought it weighed 706 grams, but it turned out to be over 810. There I saw the globular enlarged heart with its fusiform superior vena cava aneurysm, thoracic aortic aneurysm, which was literally the size of a grapefruit, and the pulmonary artery aneurysm. I mean, at first glance, you wouldn't think it was even a human heart. But sadly, since it was cardiomegaly or cardiomyopathy, I could understand why. Now I held it, as it was heavy, to say the least. Anyhow, as I finished speaking to him, I was met with this nurse in the hallway. She explained that she was with the pathologist when he did his autopsy. Well, more like removing the heart and the vessels. This nurse elaborated that when the pathologist removed the entire thing from my mom's chest, the two of them were stunned to see the size of it, that she couldn't see both of his hands as my mom's heart was that big. However, he couldn't put it on the tray. The Bosnia kidney basin tray wasn't big enough. So she told me to place it on the table with the surgical instruments. Went to get something to drink. She continued on in telling me that when the pathologist left the room, she was doing her report on the computer, but at that moment she heard something banging on the table. And when she looked, it was my mom's enlarged heart that was the cause of this banging. And what shocked her was that the heart was beating by itself. As she got close to it, the heart, she said, it began to beat very hard on the table, shaking the instruments on it. Now, of course, there was some sort of explanation for it. However, she said that she heard the disembodied heartbeat and the heart itself was still pounding hard. But it wasn't just it. The same applied to the aneurysms. The aorta, the SVC, and the pulmonary artery aneurysms were pulsating in synchrony with it. There, she explained, it lasted like a good 20 minutes or more. She was wondering if the heart was possessed by my mom's spirit, or by some other entity, till she felt her own heart pounding hard in her chest. The pathologist arrived, and there, it immediately stopped. Now, she was sweating as she finished her story. Of course, I had to take it with a grain of salt, as I wasn't sure if she was pulling my leg or she was tired from the hours she'd been working, but there could have been an explanation, or maybe there couldn't have been, for why it was like that. However, when I arrived home, nothing happened. Later that night, I began to hear throbbing, pulsating sounds coming from the inside of my house. It happened around 11 at night. So I checked outside to see if it was the AC that was making that sound, but it wasn't. Then I walked around my house to see where the sound was coming from. Didn't find anything. When I re-entered, that's where I heard the sound of this throbbing pulse. When I found where it was coming from, it was emanating from my mom's room. I continued to hear this sound every night until I began to hear it twice. One around 11 and a second around 3 in the morning. Now, I wasn't sure if this was paranormal or something, but I haven't seen any apparitions, entities, or ghosts. Just the disembodied sound of a beating heart. The more I think about it, the more I think that nurse was actually telling the truth. A moment that reoccurs frequently. I have this memory that keeps coming back, and I believe that on that day something could have happened that didn't. Let me explain. I was young. We would often go fishing near a canal for fun. While walking along the canal, we found a place with a metal bridge, and below there was a drop of at least 30 meters with large fish swimming. We settled there to try to catch one, but for a reason I don't understand, we decided to cross the bridge from the wrong side. So I was hanging on with my back facing the void. When we reached the middle of the bridge, I had a flash of falling. I no longer had the strength to continue to the end, so I told my friend that we needed to turn back, but he didn't understand why we would turn back. There was still half the path to go. Nevertheless, he listened to me. And sometimes, even today, I dream of that particular moment with the feeling that I made the right choice. I had a bad premonition. It seems like my soul is trying to remind me of that moment. Perhaps because I made a decision that may have saved my life. In the end, my body or my soul still connects me to that specific moment in history, so that I remember it. Do you know anything about the case of Dr. Regis? Hey folks, I'm looking for info on a story my 89-year-old grandma shared. She lives in a small village in Wisconsin, and back in 2015 she mentioned that when she was returning home, there was a police blockade blocking a street, preventing anyone from passing. The officers refused to tell her what was going on, but she spotted FBI agents in the distance. She's always been curious about what happened because the road led to a house of a highly respected doctor in the village, and now everything's sealed off. She remembers there was a park next to the farm that's been off limits for years too. I told her that nowadays, with the internet and platforms like Reddit, you might find some info, but I'm clueless on where to start looking. All she could tell me is that the farm's been family-owned since like the 1950s and belonged to a Dr. Regis, but I haven't found anything. My grandma isn't familiar with the internet, but if you have questions or need clarification, I can always give her a call to see if anything comes to mind. I find this whole thing intriguing, and maybe she unwittingly witnessed some under-the-radar intervention. Not sure if that's a thing, but wouldn't be surprised. My granddad attacked me. This happened 2 years ago in a home we previously lived in. This was during the pandemic. I come from an Indian household, so you can imagine fights between the kid and the parent is common. One night, me and my dad fought over something, and I told something very rude and went into my room. The house was designed in such a way that the living room was in between the two bedrooms. They're on either side of it. So if you look from one end of the room, you can look straight into the other one. So yeah, I went and laid and I was watching YouTube till 2 a.m. I heard my dad wake up, so I pretended to be asleep. I heard his footsteps coming toward my room. I was still pretending. The footsteps stopped exactly near my foot of the bed. I was hearing his breathing sounds. He stood there for 5 to 6 minutes, and I heard his footsteps go back toward his room. Then I fell asleep. The next day I woke up and I had a burning sensation on my shoulder. When I checked it out, there was a scratch on my shoulder. Later I asked my dad about why he was just standing still the previous night in my room. He replied that he never woke up last night. He doesn't have any sleepwalking problems. I believe that was my granddad, and he scratched me because my granddad passed away when my dad was like 17. My dad was very attached to him. Sometimes my dad used to come home at 2 to 3 because of work and used to be very tired. The next day he used to tell me that he felt someone was giving his leg a massage last night, whereas my mom wasn't even getting up. And when he used to come at that time, she's even denied it multiple times. Hence, my dad came to a conclusion that it was Dad looking over him. So yeah, that led me to believe that it was my granddad telling me not to give his son a hard time, scratched my shoulder as a punishment. Flower food. A few years ago now, I'm not sure how many at this point, but I was partying with some friends in our apartment complex. We drank, we smoked, the whole crew was there. That night our friend, and we'll call her Nikki, she had her brother, who we'll call Chris, come out to hang out with us, because he was going through a divorce and was having a hard time with things. As we drank and smoked, Chris didn't touch much, just enjoyed the company as we watched a movie and had some laughs. As the party ended, though, Chris left, only to come back a little later to drop something off and say his goodbyes to everyone. He didn't make it home that night. No one knows what happened, but his car flipped and he was trapped inside as it caught fire. Nikki called and texted me late into the night to tell me that her brother had just died. I remember saying that surely she must have had another brother because Chris was sober. There was no way it could have been him. We mourned him for a while. Still loved and in our thoughts always. I remember I'd take to his obituary pamphlet from time to time, tell him how much Nikki loved and missed him. Time went on, and another of our friends came to visit, bringing me a messy bushel of sunflowers she pulled from a field for me. I set them up in a vase in my empty windowsill and let them be. Some odd time had passed, minutes, maybe an hour. Came back to my window to peek outside, only to find a neatly laid packet of flower food set beside my vase. "Hey, I thought you said you grabbed these from a field." My friend nodded to me. "Yeah, I saw them on the way here and thought you'd like them." We looked up at each other for a minute, and I held up the packet of flower food to show her. "Dude, where did you come from? Where did this come from?" We talked about it for a minute and boiled it down to, "Man, that's crazy." Later that night, sitting outside with our friends, I started telling Nikki about this mysterious flower food. Immediately, she cracked a smile. "That sounds just like my brother always harping about that damn flower food." I like to think he'd left it there for me. I kept those sunflowers alive for as long as I could, enjoying the thought that, just maybe, Chris had been thinking about us. Rest in peace. We miss you. The Night the Gnomes Came for Me, a childhood saga. When I was just a baby, my uncle, a senior sergeant and no-nonsense type, held me in his arms one evening in his backyard. He pointed to a garden gnome and jokingly warned, "That comes alive at night and gets ya." I was too young to remember this, of course, but my mother swears that she had to comfort me and scold him. As I grew older, I began to experience intense recurring nightmares. In these dreams, gnomes would appear, small, sinister versions of the garden ornaments mocking and taunting me. The dreams were so vivid they began to blur the lines between sleeping and waking reality. One night stands out among all the others. As I lay in bed, the full moon shone brightly through my window. In my half-asleep state, I saw a gnome seemingly detached from the lunar surface. It was rapidly gliding down into my room. Despite being on the second floor, its face was grotesque, twisted into an evil sneer that sent shivers down my spine. The moment it landed, I woke up, the terror of its presence still lingering. But it wasn't until the night I fought back that everything changed. In what would be the climax of these horrifying visitations, the gnomes gave me an impossible task: to put on a pair of wet socks in 2 minutes or be taken away. I could hear the hum of what sounded like a vehicle ready to transport me to an unknown fate. I struggled with the socks, their laughter piercing the air, counting down the seconds. Then a surge of anger empowered me. I grabbed one of the gnomes by its pointy hat, and it felt unnervingly real and warm, yet rigid like the actual garden statue. In a fit of defiance, I hurled it to the ground, and it shattered, the fragments scattering as the gnomes scattered with them. I'll never forget their faces twisted in fear, as if this wasn't supposed to happen. Others looked on angrily. That was the last night they visited me. Whatever my uncle's words had set in motion all those years ago, it felt like I had ended it that night. But it left me with unending questions. Was it just an overactive childhood imagination spurred on by a scary suggestion? Or had I somehow broken a rule in the game? I didn't even know I was playing one. I never had another night terror about gnomes. Since that night, the terror stopped, but the mystery of what's happened remains. Was this a child's imagination fueled by a frightening seed planted by my uncle's words? Or did I tap into something beyond understanding? Today I still feel an uneasy connection to those stone figures peering out of the neighborhood gardens. I can't help but wonder if anybody else has experienced anything similar. Or if the gnomes chose me for reasons that I may never understand. Can't shake the feeling that there was more to these experiences than mere dreams. I heard a tapping in my room. A few years ago, I got really into watching scary ghost adventure videos on YouTube. I figured most of it was made up and exaggerated. I grew up with tales and stories about the paranormal that my mom and aunts experienced. My cousins all say that they've had encounters as well. I never really saw anything, except the feeling like I shouldn't go into a room, don't continue down that path, or don't go around that corner. Anyways, after watching scary stuff on YouTube and researching paranormal stuff online, one night I woke up to a loud tapping in my room. I felt super nervous. I gathered my thoughts and I waited for the tapping to stop. I felt like it was never going to end. I reached for my phone to check the time. 3:33. My heart sank and I got really sweaty. I then decided to be brave. I jumped out of my bed and turned on my phone. I followed the sound to the top corner of my closet. Then it just stopped. Thought it might have still been roaming in the house or something, so I walked out into the hallway and all through the house. I noticed my roommate's bedroom light on. Felt relieved. The next morning I went to work and the world seemed quieter and calm, almost muffled. I called my sister and she told me I was probably emitting or feeling that energy out into the world. I decided I had enough, stopped watching videos and reading posts on here. Later that day, I saw my roommate and asked him if he was tapping on the wall at 3 a.m. He said he was. So I felt dumb, but just in case, I stopped being so curious. High strangeness in a childhood home. My family moved around a lot when I was a child, mainly due to my dad's job. We moved 4 to 5 times before I was 6 years old. My mom wanted some stability for the family, which at this point comprised of her, my dad, myself, and my younger brother. So in 1994, my old man went and bought an old derelict farm that was situated in a rural area in the southwest of the UK. It was about a mile from the nearest village and a quarter mile from our neighbors. He purchased it at the property auction. We had no prior viewing, just the pictures on display at the auction house. This place was really old and comprised of a few large fields and 2 interconnected yards filled with outbuildings in a derelict house. I had been working on a farm in various forms for 500 years or so. Or it, not I. So the house itself was 250 years old. We spent a year living elsewhere whilst the renovations took place, but would often go there at weekends to run around and play. The first day we entered the dusty, half-collapsed 2-story house, we realized that the previous occupants had left loads of their stuff behind. The house had been vacated 25 or 30 years prior. Everything was dusty, moldy, and falling to pieces. Some of the highlights were dressing tables filled with old clothes and makeup. A wall in one room was plastered with rosettes won in equine competitions. Hanging from the banister at the top of the stairs were a row of small string nooses covered in fur. It's a barbaric but not uncommon way for farm folk to get rid of unwanted kittens, apparently. Now, this wasn't paranormal in any way, but Jesus Christ, it was unnerving to see an already creepy-looking house with that in it. I would take too far long to list everything that happened, so I'll list some highlights below before ending with what I consider to be the strangest occurrence. Loud bangs, loud enough to make you think somebody tipped over a wardrobe or something. Footsteps running up and down long wooden hallways. Cold spots and breezy points throughout the house that changed from day to day. One night my grandparents were house-sitting, and before they went to bed they did a quick look check. One room at the end of the house was filled with thick mist. It was a clear night, all doors and windows were shut, and the mist was exclusive to that room. They noped out of there and stayed in their own place that night. The next day everything was back to normal. After living there for 6 months, my mom actually called the village priest in to bless the place. We weren't a religious family, but she was really at a loss on how to cope with everything. Priest arrived and they proceeded to sprinkle holy water in every room of the house. Once that was done, Mom walked out to his car, and as soon as they got out of the house, he turned to her and said, "There's an incredibly dark presence in this house. I'm never setting foot here again. I don't know what to suggest. I'm really sorry. Good luck." Then he got into his car and sped off. He had apparently been fairly neutral during the blessings, but as soon as he got out of the house, he went pale. His whole demeanor changed instantly. Things got more chill after a medium came around. Told Mom to kind of embrace it, which she did. There was always this nagging feeling that you were never alone. It didn't feel malevolent. It felt observational, and sometimes sad in a wistful way. Still very strange. Anyway, the weirdest thing that happened actually occurred during the renovation phase. Dad and his work crew had removed all the old possessions from the house, made a huge bonfire in the yard. They burned it over the course of a few days until it was just a steaming pile of ash. The following weekend, my mom took me and my bro over to a picnic and run around. We were feral little bastards. We needed it. At one point, Mom sat in a chair not far from the bonfire and noticed an envelope on the big mound of ash. Despite being in the center of this pile, the envelope had inexplicably not burned up. Mom could tell there was something heavier than paper in the envelope. When she opened it up, an amethyst crystal dropped out along with a letter. The date of the letter was sometime in the early 60s. It was written by the childhood sweetheart of a girl who'd lived at that house with her parents. It was a letter of condolence to the parents. Turns out the girl had sadly committed suicide in her room when she was around the age of 18. Her ex-boyfriend had heard about it, sent the parents a really sweet letter expressing his love, grief, and condolences. He also sent the amethyst crystal, as that was the girl's favorite stone. My bedroom had been the girl's room, and this was evident from the contents that we first got there. My wardrobe was in the corner by the window looking out over the farm. I could never linger there for too long. That part of the room just felt unpleasant and tense. I've since wondered if that's the spot where the girl took her life. I guess the story of the letter isn't very paranormal, but the fact that the letter survived the bonfire is wild to me. So yeah, we lived there for 6 years or so, then moved again after my parents split up. The house has changed hands at least twice in the last 20 years. I live about 2 hours from this place nowadays, and my girlfriend and I are really tempted to go visit and see how it's doing. I'm sure the owners would love to be regaled with the odd anecdotes about the property. Just to clarify, aside from the weird feelings and random bangs and noises, my brother and I were largely unaware of things that happened. We were only told later in life, thank God. Two strange experiences in one night, circa 2009. Back in 2009, when I was in my early 20s, I'd often go on late-night walks with a friend. We lived in a seaside town in the UK, and our walks would take us around the outskirts of the town and past a big estuary. We only drank on weekends, and these particular events took place midweek while we were stone cold sober, for what it's worth. We set off from my mom's house around 9 p.m., and after walking for 30 minutes or so, we stopped to pet a cat. We were beside a building that had a big glass front. I was stroking the cat, and when my friend said, "Fucking hell, that's creepy, look in that window," I glanced up, and there was an old man sat bolt upright in a chair at the back of the room in complete darkness. He was just staring outside. We watched him for a short while, and he went completely still. My friend even pondered whether the guy was dead. We eventually moved on, and after that, our night got even stranger. We made our way past the town's dump, out through a close, and around the town's boat, toward the estuary. It would have been nearly 10:30 at this point. We wandered past some really lavish houses that, overlooked the estuary, and then arrived at the narrow wooded lane that goes right down to the estuary. Normally on this walk, we'd just ignore the lane and keep going past the houses. We would go to the top and then back into town. But on this night, we decided to wander down to the water's edge. As soon as we set foot in the lane, it immediately got darker due to the tree coverage on each side. The only source of light was at the end of the lane. We were completely silent, just trudging down the lane. and the feeling was fucking horrible. Cold and apprehension out of nowhere. As we got to within 20 yards of the water, we both stopped at exactly the same time with no communication. I was staring at a shape that I could make out down at the bottom of the lane. At first I thought it was a signpost, but as my eyes focused, it seemed to look more like a broad figure with a big head that stood about 7 or 8 feet in height. I was trying to rationalize in my head when my friend broke the silence and said, "Do you see that thing down there?" I replied with "yeah," and without any further communication, we both turned and dashed back up the lane. It was only 20 seconds or so until we got to the street, but the whole time the back of my neck was cold and I felt like I was being chased. Once back on the street, we began walking, thankfully for the streetlights lining the pavement. At this point, we started talking again, too. Both not only saw the same thing, but we also felt the cold and the sensation of being chased. We remarked on how, without communicating, we both instinctively turned tail, got out of there as fast as possible. We both described seeing the same eerie shape of what appeared to be something bipedal. And it was absolutely massive, shrouded in darkness like a shadow. Yet there were no shadows down there because of the tree coverage. It was almost blacker than the shadow, if that makes sense. There was like a density to that dark shape, like a void. We went back to my place and watched South Park to wind down. My mate then left, and I insisted on him texting me when he got home, which as two young men is something we never did, male privilege and all that. Now I had an appointment at a mobile retinal scanning clinic the next day, and this happened to be taking place in a car park next to the house that we saw the old man in. I went to this appointment and met up with another friend who lived nearby. As we rounded the corner, I glanced at the house, and it was completely empty. No furniture or anything. I mentioned to my friend about what I'd seen that night before, and she said, "Well, that's weird because my mom used to clean for the old couple that lived there. Died a few years ago, and it's been empty ever since." My only paranormal experience, and a really good one. Mine was about 30 years ago, and it's the only real paranormal experience I've ever had. I, along with 2 friends, moved into an old Californian-style bungalow house in 1910. It was a 3-bedroom house. We were all about 25 years old at that time. It was located in the inner city and had an adjoining massive workshop/shed that used to be a mechanic shop and a petrol station. It had a petrol Bowser on the footpath back to the 1920s. The monthly rental was quite cheap for the area and the size of the block, although the workshop was only used for storage now, and the owner had a fair bit of junk in it too. Ow. One night at about 8 p.m., I was sitting in my bedroom at the desk, which was next to the door, which was open. This opened onto the main hallway. At the right of my door was the main entrance to the house from the outside. Across was another bedroom, and to the left the hall split in 2 directions. One to the lounge room and the other went to the kitchen. The kitchen was at the back of the house and also had a back door, which... My guitar keeps falling on me. The kitchen was at the back of the house and also had a back door, which led to the backyard, and across the yard was a massive old mechanic shed. Because we lived in the inner city, our security was OTT. The back door had 3 deadbolts and a chain latch. It was always locked, as it was winter, and the backyard was wet and muddy. Both my housemates were out that night. I was playing a game on my PC when I saw a guy walk down the hall about 5 feet in front of me. I said, "Hey." He stopped briefly, turning his head ever so slightly. He He was wearing blue jeans and a red plaid patterned shirt. He was about 20 years old, had a lovely blonde shoulder-length hair. As I was playing a game, I didn't fully engage with him, but when I noticed he stopped, I then said, "How's it going?" Then I returned to viewing the monitor with the game I was playing. Thought it was a friend of one of my housemates and expected to see one of them walk past shortly after, but no one did. This guy may have looked at me, but since I returned my gaze back to the screen, I'm not 100% sure. Then he just slowly walked down the hall and into the kitchen. I then realized that I never heard the front door open, and all of a sudden every hair on my body sharply rose up. I said, "Hello?" Still got no response. Then I walked into the kitchen to see who this guy was. No one there. He couldn't have come back out without me seeing him, and the back door had 3 locked deadbolts on it. I was so shocked but curious too. I spent the next half of an hour watching around the house. I went out to the backyard, the shed, and saw no one. A week later, I went across the road from our house to the barber shop to get a haircut. The barber had been in business for generations. His father and his father before him ran the business. I told him the story, and he called his father in from out of the back of the shop. His father told me that back in the 1940s, when the mechanic shop was in full operation, a young man was working under a car which was on a hoist. It malfunctioned, and the young man was killed. Quite a few previous residents had seen this young man in the house. They got scared and moved out, hence the cheap rent. We stayed for another 2 years, but I never saw him again. I was so disappointed. I would have loved to have seen him again and even tried to communicate with him. I've never seen anything paranormal since. As far as ghosts go, this was so believable. He had a solid form. He acknowledged me when I spoke to him by stopping and turning his head. I just wish I kept looking at him more, and I wish I had more encounters like that. 1 per lifetime is way too few. Not fair. I've been ripped off. I live in this tree. This was a while back when I and my twin sister were 7 years old. I live in this tree. This was a while back when I and my twin sister were 7 years old. We're now adults, so bear with me on the details. I've been wanting to tell this experience to people for a long time, but didn't know where to post it until now. So this happened when me and my identical twin were 7 years old and playing t-ball. It was near sundown. We already ran far from our mom's line of sight playing around the oak trees by the park fence. This was until we heard the voice of a young girl above us. We both looked up and saw this girl the same age as us, maybe younger, sitting on a tree branch looking down at us. She was wearing an old white dress and had long black hair that reached to her back or thighs. Like regular children, we thought nothing of how she dressed. We just focused on, a new friend to play with. We played with her for about an hour till our mom told us it was time to leave and we said our goodbyes. Until I turned around last second and asked her, "Hey, why are you in that tree?" She gave me the most dead-on stare I've ever seen in my life and said, "I live in this tree." I was so confused on what she meant until my mom yells, "Girls, let's go!" I faced my mom quickly, about to point out our new friend that we made, and the young native girl disappeared. All that was left was a piece of some sort of metal on the ground, where she was. And me and my twin sister just booked it to her mom, not wanting to make her wait any longer. As we left, I looked out the car window one more time and saw the young native girl one more time, sitting in the branches of the tree, facing us with her long black hair flowing in the wind. That's the last time we ever saw her at that park. Shoebox Killer. In my town, we have Shoebox Annie. Shoebox Annie lived in the 1920s through the 1950s. She would go around trying to sell people things like hand soap out of shoeboxes. If you invited Annie into your house, she would steal your things. The only way to get rid of her was to buy one of her hand soaps. Neighbors would often report horrible smells coming from Annie's house. The reality is that Annie and her son were killing people, temporarily burying their bodies in the basement until later dismembering them in the bathtub, burning them with acid. The original house of Shoebox Annie was burned down, however. Across from where our old house was is now referred to as the Shoebox Annie house, as people of the area claim that that's where her spirit's taken residence. Sometimes you'll see the spirit of Annie standing in the upstairs window. Sometimes people smell weird smells coming from the house. It's said that everybody who's gone into this Shoebox Annie house never comes out. The house was boarded up almost 30 years ago. This is real. Working at elder care. To save you the time, I'm just going to be as quick as possible. I don't believe in ghosts nor paranormal stuff. I think that most of the stuff on Reddit are fictional and made up. But here is my experience from working at elder care. My shift always ended at 11 p.m., so at 10:30 p.m. the corridors are always silent and dark. Everyone is asleep, and we were just sitting in our office and sipping some tea, me and my colleague. We had motion detectors in every room installed, and they're connected to our working phones, and we can see live feed from the phones. All of a sudden at 10:35, I get a notification of movement in a patient room. I was only 19, and I told my older colleague that there was no way in hell that I'm going there to check it out on my own. At the beginning, I wasn't expecting much, because patients do move at night, so it's normal. So what we did instead is we opened our phone to see the image that was taken when the movement was detected. Upon opening the app, I see a picture of a weird object in the middle of the room. It was kind of floating. The object cannot be described. It had legs, wide in the middle. I don't know if it had a head. I froze and my colleague did too. I took screenshots, we ran to the room, and when we went inside, the patient was sleeping. Nobody was in the middle. The morning after, I showed the images to my bosses. They couldn't believe it. They weren't shocked either. They say it's elder care, and it's a haunted place. I don't know if I still have the picture. Can't post it here either, due to Swedish privacy policy. Privacy policy. The picture shows the identity of the patient as well. Also, the section I worked in was only the people with severe dementia that couldn't walk. Why are you just standing there? So some backstory. We live in a mobile home. It's 12 by 30, not very big. Kitchen combined bedroom separated by a door to the hallway. We have a 3-year-old and a 3-month-old. For the moment, we're taking turns sleeping on the couch with the baby in a cot in our sitting room. Baby room pending renovation. Our 3-year-old co-sleeps with us in our bedroom. Last night was my night on duty. My 3-year-old comes out every night when it's my turn. Nothing unusual there. Except last night at 2:50 a.m. I heard him running out crying to me, followed by my partner behind him. It was dark, so I could just see my partner standing in the doorway in his orange shirt. Well, I just assumed it was him, though I couldn't see his features. It was dark with only the LEDs in the back of our TV lighting up the room. TV's like 5 foot away, behind a partition with a small open arch midway up the wall, TV facing away from the door. I tucked my little boy in beside me and sat up, looking at my partner. I shook my head at him, and our boy running out just didn't respond. I sat there thinking why he's just standing there looking at me. He then proceeded to step back and turn sideways behind the door while bending forward looking in. Still thinking, what the hell is he doing? The idiot either came in or went back to bed. Until the realization hit me about 3 minutes later that my partner went to bed in a black t-shirt, and that was indeed not him standing there in the orange shirt. I jumped up to close the door, and as I approached, it just disappeared. When my partner got up for work at 6, he said he didn't even know our son got up last night, and he was indeed still in his black shirt. As I said, living in a mobile home, you hear, kind of feel every footstep, especially my partner. He's very heavy-footed, but there was nothing, just silence, no footsteps. Nothing, only from my little boy running out to me. So, spirit, or whatever, it was creepy as hell to me. Let's see if it happens again. My real-life stories. Story 1, to cut it short, was around 2007 or 2008. Sunday around 10, 11 in the morning. 3 of us, students in a small living room in a rented apartment, watching a TV show about paranormal activities. We should have known better. The documentary ends when a packet of tobacco jumped out of the vase, 20 or 30 centimeters high, which was on top of a 2-meter-high large TV stand, with cabinet, closet, everything across the whole wall, fell onto the coffee table, approximately in the middle of it. After a few seconds, the same package fell to the floor all by itself. We surely didn't touch it. The table was a meter from us, and the TV an additional meter from the coffee table. The 3 of us sitting next to each other, pale as flour, just looked at each other. They ran away from the apartment after a minute. I stayed for the next 6 hours until my roommate came from home. Given the situation, I called the owner of the apartment and asked him if he had any complaints from the former tenants. It turned out that we were the first to rent the apartment. We entered the apartment in April. His mother was seriously ill and died in that room at the beginning of January, same year, just a couple of months before the event. Story 2. When taking our son to sleep when he was 2 or 3 years old, a story was always read before going to sleep. Suddenly every evening the chandelier would sway gently while reading, both to me and my wife. One evening my wife calls me into the room. They're in bed. The little one is sitting next to her, looking at the chandelier and saying, "Grandpa, Grandpa." I pulled out a picture of my grandfather somewhere, and the little one points to it and repeats, "Grandpa." The little one was born a good 10 or 15 years after my grandfather died, in the same house. To this day, and after the renovation, all the doors and windows are closed. Here and there, I feel a cold wind in the passage, like when someone passes by you. It's Grandpa, so I don't worry. Every now and then, just for fun, when I get the feeling that we're not alone, I just say, "Hello, Grandpa," and continue with my thing. I did a little research after that. Some scientists claim that when children are young, they're on a higher level in dimension, that they see what adults can't. Also, the local story says that not far from me, a bride died not long after her wedding in a car crash. For a good 10 or 15 years, people regularly claimed that they saw the silhouette of a woman in a wedding dress during night driving the very same curve she passed away. I'm not religious, but I believe there are various spirits and paranormal activities. Maybe we're limited to these dimensions, but in others that sometimes merge with ours, our God knows what is lurking around. Ghost trying to wake me up? Possibly. Once in a great while, my bed shakes so subtle, but enough to wake me up when I'm sleeping. It happened twice, and may possibly happen again. The area I live in is in New York, right outside of Buffalo. It's not prone to earthquakes. I'm a 21-year-old male and I live with my mom. One day I woke up to someone or something shaking my bed. Felt like someone was shaking my bed trying to wake me up. Thought it was my mother trying to wake me up, but when I woke up, it was like early in the morning, 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. I woke up to darkness. Nothing there, but my bed was still lightly shaking. Nothing in my room, not even bottles of water. Just my bed, subtle shakes, but vibrating enough to wake me up. It happened twice. Last time it happened was the summer of 2023. I wasn't sweating because I sleep with the fan on high all year round, so I couldn't have just randomly awoken due to me being hot in the middle of the night. There's no natural explanation that I can think of or find on the internet that helps. I can't be dreaming it because when I'm awoken in my bed, I'm still shaking. It's not sleep paralysis because I can move freely. I stand up and feel my bed and it vibrates back and forth as if someone is rubbing my shoulders trying to wake me. I have no pads. When this happens, I just go back to sleep when I can't figure out what the cause is. I feel like this is the right subreddit to post this. Does this strange phenomenon happen to anyone else? Is there an explanation for it? Or is the phenomenon not something that naturally occurs in our dimension? I'm not a firm believer of the paranormal, but I love watching scary movies. It's entertaining and funny to me. I go to church sometimes. I guess I can call myself born-again Christian. I was formerly Catholic, never received communion, but I cannot grip religion to where I can submit to it, because I simply just don't believe in it, or the God they preach about in the Bible. Church is just a place of peace and love for me. I don't know if that happens to have any religious significance. I am sure that someone went through something similar or can share what they think happened. Camp attack. So this happened about 7 years ago. I was around 19 or 20 and I was a scout leader. We had this huge camp in the middle of a forest. The nearest city was 10 or 15 minutes away. So a secluded area in a forest. So every year in the month of July we would have an international scout camp. We were the hosting country usually because of the size of our camp. But before these scouts from different countries arrived, we would go to the campsite and start the preparations. We would go around 2 to 3 weeks in advance and start building the tents and cleaning the sites. The preparation team had around 20 people, 10 to 12 men and the rest women. We were all in our late teens or early 20s. I don't know if anybody's been in a scout before, but the first thing every scout does in a camp is that we set up a flag. If any scout from another country manages to steal your country's flag, it's a dishonor, and the entire team would be packed up and sent home. Plus, they can kidnap a team member from different teams. As for fun, but can keep you hostage for days until you get saved. So it's like a game, but a little more intense. We have baseball bats for protecting ourselves, but we can use all below the belt, not for upper body attacks. Sounds brutal. So here's where my creepy story begins. That wasn't already creepy to begin with. One night our preparation team was done with everything, and the 2 countries from Europe, about 60 people, were set to arrive in the morning. We had nothing to do, so we set up a campfire and started singing and talking. We had our guards, people from the team, set up in different locations. 2 near the flag, 2 near the entrance, 2 in the jungle facing the river. So we were tired and decided to go to sleep. We would change guards every 2 hours. Each guard had a whistle. If an animal or a person was to come to the camp, they would blow a certain note of a whistle as an alarm of danger. I was an hour into sleep when I heard a whistle. I came out, saw everyone out. We ran to the direction where we heard the whistle from. One of our teammates claimed they heard 3 white figures running fast in the forest near the setup tents. We figured that the morning teams arrived early to set up to attack attack us and take hostage or steal our flag. We decided to stay awake, and all of us just stood as guards. We didn't want to go home before even the fun had begun, so we started watching for signs. We had people set up in trees, we had some in random places, and we would hear constant whistles and radio sounds. We kept seeing white shadows running fast in the jungle. Me and 2 other people decided to check the empty tents. Couldn't find anything. Then we heard really, really loud laughter from a bush near us. It sounded like a woman laughing, so we started laughing too. We thought we found the other scout team near the bush, so we confidently walked to the bush with a flashlight. To our horror, there was no one. The next bush, a little bit deeper in the woods, a few feet from us, started shaking in a clear conversation between a few people speaking French in an accent. We could hear them clearly, so we checked there again, and nothing. Then we saw a guy in a white t-shirt running fast in front of us. But his speed was weird. He's running so fast as if he was sliding. This is a forest. You can't run without making a noise, but he was making none. He was just sliding. We still looked at this as a joke, and we had adrenaline, but it was more exciting to catch them more than anything else, really. These things continued for 2 hours. Constantly, we would hear our code whistles from deep in the forest, but none of us could figure out who it was or where it came from. We would hear whispers of people speaking French and Armenian, but we couldn't find anyone there. By the way, the arriving teams were from Georgia, not a state, and from Uruguay. We had a few people coming from the US, too, so no French teams there at all, so it was kind of weird. Anyways, after 2 hours of running in the forest in the dark, I got tired. I didn't take this too seriously, so I went back into my tent to sleep. It was me and 2 of my friends, so 3 women. As soon as I laid down, 10 minutes later, I heard a car coming toward us. This area is not designed for regular cars to arrive. None of us or other teams had cars. A bus from the nearby city would drop us there and pick us up after the camp was over. So, no cars. Anyways, I heard a car coming straight towards our tent with high beams on. It was coming so fast, so we were frozen expecting it to hit us. It was seconds, no time to run. Then it had to stop right in front of our tent. We heard the door open, no footsteps. Just closed again, reversed, and left. I was shaking. It hit me that it's not even the other teams. They don't have cars. They were going to fly in and use the bus to get to this location in the morning. We got out. Everybody had seen the car. It was the Jeep, apparently. But no one got out. No one saw who they were. We stayed awake all night. We kept seeing those white-shirted men sliding around us. We could sort of hear laughters and French whispers all around our camp. There wasn't one person, but at least 20 people who were either messing with us or had plans to hurt us. In the late morning, we had the other teams arrive. Everybody came in and we had our leaders meeting in the afternoon. It was a protocol to have the leaders of the teams to let us know if they had planned an attack that failed. All the teams said they arrived in the morning, so they didn't even really... Well, they weren't even in the country at night. Up until this day, I have no idea who those people were. I have no idea what they wanted, and I have no idea why they spoke French or what they were trying to do. They never attacked or kidnapped anyone in the team. It was scary when I think of it. At the end of the day, this was a campsite in a forest, and forests can be places where cults and crazy people gather. Is my house haunted? We moved into our home a year and a half ago. Everything was great. I didn't have any weird feelings or bad thoughts on our house. It was built in 2006. It's on property in a semi-rural area. The old owner was an old man who passed away, so his kids sold the house. Anyway, a few months pass, and the mobile that my son's room is hanging from is light, and I notice one day When I went in there, it was spinning on its own, like semi-hard. There was no draft, no heat or AC coming from the vents. So I made note of it, but just brushed it off. Could have been anything, right? Well, a few months pass. The mobile only did that a few times, and it stopped and hasn't done it since. I always hear weird things in the house like bumps or creaks, but just thought it was the normal house sounds. Then these last 2 weeks, weird things have been going on. My son wakes up from a dead sleep. My husband and I were still awake watching a movie in the living room. My son gets up, standing in the corner of his crib, looking at the corner of his room, screaming like he was terrified of something and shaking from being so scared. We grabbed him, did a full search of the room because that's never happened before. He's never done this. The room was clear, nothing out of the ordinary. We rock him back to sleep. Then the next day, my husband's truck started acting weird. The volume would go up and down on its own, change channels, turn off and on by itself. Would pick a song and turn it all the way up on the radio. And when it was Bluetooth, it would choose its own song on my husband's phone and start playing in the speakers and would skip songs and so on. That lasted 2 days and hasn't done it since. My parents come to town. We haven't told them anything that was going on because we just kept brushing it off. The next day, my husband was at work. My son was with my mom, and I were just kind of bopping around town checking out the shops. My dad stayed back and decided he wanted to take a nap. No one was in the house. When we got back, he asked us if we left the TV on or not, maybe the radio or something in the house. I said we don't have a radio and no TVs were on. We told him he heard a woman singing or a radio playing music. He checked his phone, walked around the house, but couldn't find what it was that was doing that. We don't have close neighbors, and you wouldn't be able to hear a car radio from the street. But he thought it was kind of nothing, so he just took his nap. So that was it for about 4 days. Then a couple of days ago, my husband and I and our son were out of town. My brother-in-law was staying at our house, watching over the animals. We once again didn't mention anything that was going on, because there was a reasonable explanation, we thought. Don't know what it was, but we knew we could find one. Anyway, when we came back, he told us that there was a funny prank that we played on him. We asked him what he was talking about. He said making sounds through our camera, trying to talk to him and mess with him. We told him we never went on the camera while we were gone. I immediately went to go unplug it. There's no SD card, so we weren't able to go back and look at anything. It's just a live feed camera connected to the Wi-Fi. So that was the next thing. It just kind of put me on edge. Then today I'm sitting in the kitchen feeding my son breakfast, and I hear what sounded like a man coughing in the room right next to the kitchen. No one was home, and it was like a full coughing fit. The animals were all outside at the edge of the property, so I know it wasn't them. That freaked me out. I immediately go do a check in my son's room and my room, put my son in his crib, grab my gun, and walk to the other end of the house to check the room that I heard the cough from, No one was there. I did a full sweep of the house and couldn't find anything, but I know I heard a cough. Then I go outside and I see the barred sign doors open. The door is always locked and shut, and no one's been up there since last week. The only 2 people that have keys is my husband and his father. Neither of them had been up there. This was early this morning. I freak out, call my father-in-law and my husband, and leave to my in-laws' house thinking someone was in my house and ran up to the barn. That's when I heard them. My father-in-law comes over and does a full sweep of the house. Nothing. And the barn. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Finally, I'm convinced someone is living there, in our attic maybe, or in the crawl space. That's the only thing that seemed to make logical sense. If I heard somebody in the house, and my dad hearing music, and my brother-in-law thinking he heard us talking to him through the camera. My husband does a full walk through the attic. Didn't find anything. Did a full walk through the crawl space. Once again, nothing. Now I'm thinking that there could be an entity in my house. There's just too many strange coincidences going on at once. I have a family friend that's a Native American shaman and a medicine woman. I asked her to come to the house to do a cleanse. I don't really know what else to think. My husband thinks I'm crazy, but said do whatever I needed to do to put my mind at rest, since I'm the one home all day with our son. Greetings from the mysterious world of Paranormal M. Prepare to be mesmerized by a series of spine-chilling and thought-provoking tales. They'll leave you questioning the very fabric of reality. Hit that subscribe button, drop an M in the comments, and turn on notifications to keep up with our latest eerie encounters. Unexplained Exit. One night around 2 a.m., I was driving from Columbia, South Carolina to ATL International Airport for an early flight. For a little context, the drive is typically around 4 hours, and I've driven this route multiple times since I'm a frequent flyer at that airport. When I'm making my drives, I normally pull up my GPS to track my time, and not necessarily for the route. I travel on I-20 for about 90% of the route, so it's basically a straight and easy shot. Anywho, it's around 2 a.m., and I've made it past Augusta, Georgia at this point. There's no other cars on the road except for me, and a semi-truck I see a few miles ahead of me. I'm blasting music in order to keep me energized for the remainder of the drive. I look down at my GPS and see that I'm making good time, with about 144 miles till I need to take an exit. And there's no hazards or construction that'll hinder my drive. It looked as though it was smooth sailing. About 20 minutes later, I look back at my GPS, and I noticed it was telling me to take an exit in 2 miles. I found that weird, since there's no traffic, and no reason for me to get off at the interstate since it's a straight shot to the airport taking this route. As I approached the exit, I noticed there wasn't any lighting, no gas station, fast food, or lodging signs. Against my better judgment, I take the exit anyways, thinking that maybe there's an accident ahead. I'm taken down this long, narrow road that's not lit up at all. After a little over half a mile, my GPS is telling me to make a right turn. I approach the turn and I stop dead in the middle of the road. At this point, the red flags are screaming at me. I turn down my music and notice the road is a dirt road from my headlights, which was weird to me, as I hear cars revving in the distance. And I also hear a loud commotion, but I didn't see anything since there was literally no streetlights. It almost felt like I was being pushed into a different time. I sat there for about a minute, sped off going straight, hoping my GPS could put me back on the interstate. After going straight for about 3 to 5 minutes, I found the interstate and my GPS rerouted with the same amount of time and distance I had prior to taking the exit. Still no cars on the road, except the random semi-truck that's been ahead of me the entire time in the distance. I'm not sure if this was a glitch in the Matrix or paranormal, but it definitely felt like I was ending up somewhere I didn't belong. Me and my brother heard really weird things. This happened in 2016. I was 14 or 15 years old. My brother was about 9 or 10 years old. At 12 a.m., my family went shopping, which is perfectly normal because we were in Ramadan and we fast in the morning to ease that little bit that we sleep most of the morning and do things at night. Anyway, my brother turns all the lights off, comes to stay with me in our room. I was playing on my PlayStation and he was watching on his iPad. A few minutes have gone by and then we started hearing noises from the kitchen. The noises were basically spoons and forks hitting each other. Keep in mind, besides me and my brother, no one was in the house. At first I ignored it because I tried to convince myself that I was imagining that noise. But I looked at my little brother and he was scared. He didn't even have to say anything. It was his facial expressions. I asked him, "Are you hearing anything?" He said, "Yeah, but I thought I imagined it." He was convincing himself the same thing I was. I had to put on a big, brave brother suit, see what the noise was. I opened the door and it was so dark, like so dark that I couldn't see my own hand. So I came back quickly and was freaked out, told my brother that the lights are off, and I didn't know who or what turned them off. He said that he turned them off, because Mom told him so. You idiot, not the whole house. The noise was still there, and we decided that, we'll flee and wait for our family outside. So we did that. That didn't last long because we saw the lights are still on, so we had to go back. After a while, I heard the door knocking hard. I opened, and it was my cousin. He was pissed at us. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he was knocking for 2 minutes and we were ignoring him. What? We didn't hear you until a few seconds before I opened, I said. He told me that he didn't knock on the door too hard because he heard footsteps by the door and thought we'd hear him. I swear my blood pressure went down when he said that. He then went to the kitchen to make himself coffee. I followed him to see what all that noise I heard previously was. It was nothing. Literally nothing. Nothing broken, nothing out of place. Everything is just right. Odd things happening with a new infant in the house. My wife and I have been living in a townhome for a little over a year. There have been a few strange things here and there that I've brushed off as just normal things. Items falling from the pantry, dishes shifting in the sink, strange sounds. The kind where my wife says, "What was that?" And I have no idea, but brush it off as nothing. Fast forward to the present. We have a newborn, and I installed motion sensor LED lights under the bed so it's easy to see where we're going when we get up in here in the middle of the night, you know? I've noticed these go on randomly, or I'll walk upstairs and they're on with no one in the room. Same with the camera, saying there's motion detected when no one's upstairs. I've just chalked it up to shadows activated it or something like that. Something else logical must have activated it, I would always think. We also put up our Christmas tree this weekend. But Sunday morning I woke up to the top half of the tree lights being burned out. Okay, that's weird, but what are you going to do? But then later that night we're on the couch and watch the middle section of the tree light get really bright. I mean, too bright for a normal Christmas tree light. And then they completely burned out. Each plastic bulb had scorch marks on it. Okay, so that's weird. But it must just be a wiring issue. Here's where I need input. Tonight I went into the nursery, the room across ours upstairs where we do a lot of diaper changes and feedings. She doesn't stay in there on her own yet because she's so young. However, her and I went in to go get a bottle going, and then I noticed a flashing pink light from the closet. The room is pitch black, so I had no idea what it was. I turned the light on, and there were light-up rain boots for when she gets older, activating on their own. I've never seen that happen ever, and honestly forgot they were there. We were nowhere near them, and I wasn't walking at the time, thinking maybe my footsteps triggered them. The baby had fallen asleep. False alarm on the bottle. So I promptly took her back to our room across the hall and put her in the bassinet right next to the side of my bed. Not long after, that motion detector lights from under the bed started going off, at least 4 times. The sensor to activate these lights is right next to my side of the bed in the bassinet, meaning whatever was triggering the lights would have to be right next to us. The floor would light up for 30 to 45 seconds, go black for 15 to 30 seconds or so, and then go off again. It was bizarre. I grabbed my baby and pulled her up to me because I was just getting a weird feeling. She's still sleeping on me. I don't know if I'll sleep tonight. There was just something off-putting about it. If anyone has any information on whether or not I'm looking too much into this or if there's something here, please let me know. 7:30 update. The light-up shoes kept going off throughout the night. That's when I had to go into that room to get a bottle and change her diaper. So much so that I started thinking that they were just bugging out. Now that I'm in the room this morning, they aren't lighting up at all on their own. Doesn't give me a great feeling. Doesn't feel like anything sinister, but something was off-putting. 1:30 p.m. update. Further clarification. This morning when the light-up boots weren't flashing, I picked them up and hit them on the ground. I wasn't getting any response, so I started to think that they just bugged out and the batteries were dead. Later this afternoon, I went into that room to change a diaper. I took some of your advice and said the words, "You're not welcome here, please leave." And the boots lit up once. I absolutely kid you not. The next words out of my mouth were, "Oh, Jesus Christ." I changed the diaper quickly, turned back around, and the boots said again, "Whoever you are, whatever you are, please leave us alone. Whether you mean us well or not, please leave. You are not welcome." And again, I kid you not, the boots lit up. I don't know if it was an acknowledgement or a fuck you. Time will tell. Any other thoughts are welcome. I have no words for this. I recently stayed the night at my childhood home. It's an old house built in the 19th century. I never felt at ease in that house. It has an eerie vibe to it. When I was 17, my parents told me that they were able to afford this house. It's like a mansion, because the previous owners desperately wanted to get rid of it. The reason behind is being that their son had hung himself in the attic. Lots of paranormal things have happened to me in that house, but I'll give you full details of my last encounter. It happened last week. I stayed the night there because I had a football game that was close. My parents were living there, or pretty close to there. Didn't feel like waking up super early, so that's why I held a sleepover in my old bedroom. I went to sleep fairly early, around 10 p.m. or so, not much later. Everything felt normal. I made sure all the doors were locked. My parents were on a wellness retreat in Germany. My brother moved out a while ago, so it was just me in that house. I went to sleep feeling comfortable and quite at ease, even though I was cautious. I texted some of my friends good night, and that was it. The comfortable feeling suddenly wore off when I was awoken at 3 a.m. I heard music playing, but it was muffled. I couldn't hear it clearly. My first instinct was that it was a car playing music with its windows closed. Maybe it was parked on the street. I said this to myself, giving it 10 minutes, maybe the car will pass. The music was still playing 10 minutes later. I felt annoyed, quite frankly, pissed off. I had to wake up early in the morning, and this was ruining my sleep. I walked to my bedroom window to see where the music was coming from, ready to throw a fit, really. I opened my blinds, opened the windows to look outside, and my stomach dropped. There was no car, nor was there anyone else outside. I realized the music is coming from upstairs, the attic. My parents renovated the attic 5 years ago and made it into their bedroom. I knew it had a radio on the mother's bedside. She never used it, though. Most of the time it wasn't even plugged in because she'd only had one socket and she used it to change her phone, charge her phone. It was not a new radio, early 2000s, I guess. My mom held on to it because it was the radio of her departed father. She could not get rid of it. I was freaking out. Why would these kind of encounters only happen when I was alone at home? I tried calling my parents. They didn't pick up. My brother didn't pick up either. Not surprising since it was 3 a.m. I realized that I'd have to deal with this situation alone. I decided to open the door of my bedroom that led up to the hallway. At the end of the hallway, there was a circling stair that led up to the attic. I opened my bedroom door. The music became louder. I now could clearly hear which music was playing. It was dark organ music. My stomach dropped again. I never felt as scared as I did. I didn't want to do this alone. I had one last rescue line that I could call, and it was my friend Philip. He played Call of Duty until the early hours, so he surely was still awake. I called him to explain the situation. He reassured me that it was probably a problem with the electric outlet that had jump-started the radio. I felt reassured by his answer, made the walk upstairs to the attic. I was with him on the phone the whole time, too. I stood in front of the door and I could clearly hear the music, and it was so loud. I knew I had got to get in and turn it off, but I was so frightened. Philip reassured me that everything was going to be all right. It was just faulty wiring, after all. It was just faulty wiring, I kept repeating it to myself. I opened the door. The music stopped. I ran downstairs, put on all the lights, and watched Trailer Park Boys until 7 a.m. I played the worst football game in history the next day. We lost 7-0. Door paper game. Me and my siblings had been playing ghost games and messing around with Ouija boards for days in a row. It was around 2:45 a.m. and we saw the ghost paper door game. Or ghost paper challenge, maybe. I don't know. Right when we were about to go to bed, we hadn't come across it before and decided to try it out. We were going to try it out before we went to bed because it said it had to be played at 3 a.m. We thought it was perfect timing. Important thing to note is that the website didn't mention the rules of the game, and we didn't bother to check. So we followed the instruction to wait until 3 a.m., turn all the lights out, except for a candle, write a question on a piece of paper, say a chant, and knock on the door 3 times. We passed the note under the door, and it actually got ripped away. One of us screamed, and her dad comes down the hall. He opens the door, and we start searching for the note, asking if he had it. He ends up leaving back to his room kind of angry. We sit on the bed with the door shut. The door shakes for like 30 minutes in a way it never has before. Weird stuff started happening around our house after this. My brother goes to clean his room, find the note buried in his closet. He thought we put it there to scare him. We look up the game and see that we broke many rules. So, like the geniuses we are, we decide to play again. Basically the same thing happens. This time the doorknob started shaking and we all hid in the bed and stayed up all night scared. Strange things happened for like a year after, until one day it just stopped. Has anybody else ever played this game? I'd love to hear your stories if you have, because I'm still scared of the game to this day. Wrote about orb event for practice, but actually curious to know if anybody else has experienced this. A few months ago during the summer, I experienced something strange. At the time, I had nothing but my suitcase and a small lamp that sat on the floor beside me. The rest of the room was totally bare. The hardware floors were cold and empty. All that save my mattress pushed into the back corner. I was scrolling through my phone, reading a comic, and trying to forget my awful first week at my new secretary job. That's when I noticed something bright out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head toward the bright spot at the front of the room. It was a glowing white blur, maybe the size of a football. I squinted, grabbed my glasses from the base of the lamp. Even with my glasses on, I was still confused. The spot was a soft white glow that seemed to be emanating from the wooden crown molding at the bottom of the room, just next to the doorframe. It was a cool light that seemed like it would come from a charger or from moonlight streaming through the curtains. I grabbed at the curtains and flapped them, staring at the light for any sign of change. The light remained unchanged. Frustrated now because I was tired and kind of hated having any sort of light in my room at night, I hopped up, marched over to the light. Up close, I expected the source of light to become clear. Yet the light didn't change. It was still a haze of soft glowing light casting a small space at the bottom of my wall in a cool white. I stood between the wall and the window. Nothing. Next, I tried waving my hand around the light, but strangely no shadow presented itself. I stared at it for a moment, thinking, now that I had noticed it, I wouldn't be able to ignore it. I rushed around my room and gathered up all my electronics. After carefully placing them into the closet, I zipped to the light, still there. Suddenly, I feel a bit uneasy. I opened the bedroom door and looked at the other side of the wall. There was nothing there except for the empty hallway. My roommates were gone, too. It was just me. I stepped into the hallway and looked through the open doorway at an angle. The edges of the glow were still visible on the floor. With one hand bracing myself against the doorframe, I leaned around the opening and placed my other hand into the light. There was nothing. My hand was illuminated in bright light. There was no shadow. My hand didn't cast a shadow. I jerked my hand back and stood upright. Briskly, I walked down the hall into the kitchen. No matter how hard I looked, the knobs for the gas stove just remained in the off position, and the carbon monoxide detector simply read safe. I changed the batteries on the detector. I even tried the spare. All the same, safe. When I walked back into my room and saw the light once more, I almost wasn't sure whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Finally, I had to consider drastic measures. I looked up at the ceiling and turned on the light. My landlord lived on the upper floor of our 3-story brick building. As far as I knew, he lived totally alone. He seemed like a nice enough man, but you could never know with these sorts of things. Could you even have peepholes through the floor? I wasn't sure. Even now, I'm not really the handy sort. I fetched the stepladder and the broom from behind the laundry machine and situated myself against the wall in front of it, kind of trying to approximate the area of the light. Gently, I poked at the terrible and super tacky popcorn ceiling, careful not to make any loud noises. I pushed the broom handle into the ceiling, but unfortunately no trap doors or depraved peepholes were forthcoming. Feeling silly now, because I just had stuffed the ladder and the broom back behind a dusty washing machine, I decided I would ignore the light and go to sleep anyway. I was tired, and I was still thinking about how shitty work would be tomorrow. When I shut off the light switch, the light was gone. I stared at the spot where the light had been for a moment, wondering if it would return. It remained unilluminated. Well, that takes care of that. I threw up the covers and bundled myself into bed. In bed, I stared across the room again. I wondered if the light was slowly returning, or if it was, yet the corner of the room didn't become any brighter. I sighed deeply, steepled my fingers on my belly, settling in. But I just couldn't fall asleep. I closed my eyes and I tried to think about sheep or something, but it was no use. Is there something wrong with me? Is this why I can't get it together at work? Maybe I should have just stayed where I was before. These were the sorts of thoughts I was having. And something else too, something was nagging at me. Even though I sensed what I would see when I opened my eyes, somehow I was still surprised. The light shone bright in the corner of my vision. It grew brighter and brighter. I closed my eyes for a second and opened them again, but the light stood out against the dark, brighter than before. I don't know why I felt frozen, but I did. I stared at the ceiling and focused on watching the light from the corner of my eye. As I watched it more, I felt my heart involuntarily begin to speed up, till I lay totally still, my heart hammering hard in my chest. Unfortunately, this silent panic was not a new experience for me. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply, willing my heart to slow down. The beating slowed and finally quieted. I turned to face the wall and pulled my sheets over my head. Tomorrow I'll go to work, and it'll be a better day. I know more than I did going in today, and tomorrow night there won't be a light. But if there is, I'll take pictures and videos and show them to my friends. That cheered me up, and with that, I fell asleep, nice and warm. The next morning before work was fabulous and shining blue. At work, a woman told me her son had just died and she was going to kill herself if she didn't get to a psychiatric appointment. But my boss told me to hang up. After the long call, my manager laughed. She's always saying the same thing. She's crazy. I just want to know what you would do. Later that night, I lay in bed again. Though I held my phone in my pajama pocket, the light didn't make an appearance. No photos were taken. I called Mom to ask if schizophrenia runs in the family. She said, "No, I haven't seen any light then." Also, I don't work at that place anymore, so all in all, things worked out, I guess. Had a paranormal experience when I was younger. As the title says, I had a paranormal experience when I was younger. And lately I've been thinking about it oddly more. When I was a baby, I was always extremely close to my great-grandfather. If we were eating at a restaurant, I would refuse to sit with my family and instead chose to sit with my great-grandparents, specifically my great-grandfather. I was so close to the point when he was putting me in the car seat, I said my first words, which was "Papa," which is what my mom called him and what he called himself even. I don't have any other stories of me being extremely close to him, as I got these stories from my mom since I was quite literally a baby. When I was 2 or 3, I remember walking up and seeing him in the middle of my room. I immediately got up and hugged him, although I do remember it feeling different. Him and I talked for a while. Don't remember the conversation, but he gave me a big hug. He told me he called this hug his great big bear hugs. After some time, he let go and told me to give that exact hug to my mom when she comes into my room and tell her that Papa said to give it to her. I remember my mom opening the door after that, and I turned my head to greet her, completely forgetting about my great-grandfather being in my room. I ran up to her, hugged her tight, and told her the exact words, "Papa told me to give you a great big bear hug." A couple of years later, I was probably 5 or 6. I had nearly forgotten about my great-grandfather and what he looked like. I'd also been having weird dreams of a man, and he always seemed to be close to me, as if he had known me for years. I explained the dreams to my mother and what the man looked like. She then told me that I just described exactly what my great-grandfather had looked like and exactly how he always acted. I was shocked, because I barely remembered anything about him, beside that one night when I was 2 or 3. My mother decided to explain that my great-grandfather had died earlier that day when I had seen him. She hadn't been doing too well. She came into me in my sister's room because apparently my sister was screaming. I just thought I'd share it just because it had been on my mind for a while. I'm now 15, almost 16, making the first event about 13 or 12-ish years ago, and the second event 10 or 9 years ago. My sister saw a figure sitting in my bed while I slept. This has been on my mind since she told me today. I, a 28-year-old female, live with my sister, a 26-year-old female. She has 2 small dogs that also live there. I have 2 cats and sleep with my door open so they can go in and out as they want. My sister sleeps with her dogs in her room and her door shut. When she gets up in the morning, her dogs run out and basically get into my bed with me because I usually sleep in later. My boyfriend spends the night most nights and leaves our house around 7:45 a.m. to go to work, where he clocks in at 9. I sleep with no lights and blackout curtains. My boyfriend doesn't turn on any lights on, just leaves the room to get ready outside my room. This morning, my mom was here while I slept because her and my sister were going to go shopping. My sister's alarm went off around 10 a.m. She got up to go to the bathroom. She said she noticed my door was shut, which is unusual, and she went to the bathroom right next to my room. When my sister came out of the bathroom, she could see my door was now open and her dog just sitting in my room and staring. This would be the first time in almost 3 years they haven't just immediately hopped in my bed. She told her dog to lay down or to come out with her, but her dog didn't move. She came in my room to grab her dog, and she was startled to see my boyfriend sitting up in the bed next to me, because he's usually gone for work before she gets up. The room was pitch black, except she said there was a light on him, like he had his phone on or something. She left quickly because she was embarrassed to have come in while my boyfriend was still in bed with me. She said I was in bed sleeping on my side, and she asked my mom if, she had opened my door, but my mom said no. Later, I wake up at 12 p.m. My mom and sister ask me why my boyfriend went to work later than normal. Me, never waking up when he leaves, said, I don't know, but maybe he overslept. I called my boyfriend and asked him what time he left. He said in a confused voice that he left at 7:45 a.m. like normal. My sister didn't believe that, so I asked him to send a picture of his clock slip. It showed he clocked in at 9 a.m. He would have been at work before my sister even woke up. There was no light on in my room. I don't have lamps next to my bed, and my phone's under the pillow when I woke up. So even if it was a pillow or something in the dark, neither me or my sister can come up with an explanation for the light, let alone why she saw a person in bed with me when I was alone, or how my door opened itself. Was this a ghost, a time slip, a glitch in the Matrix? Does anyone have any ideas on what could explain this? Terrifying paranormal experience with vibrator. Okay, this is going to sound weird, but I have no one else to talk to about it because of the nature of the paranormal experience. My wife and I spend 3 solid weeks in Japan. We brought a ton of stuff back with us. Among our things were some high-quality anime figurines that I bought in Akihabara. It was like 24 hours of travel when we got home, and I was exhausted and sleep-deprived. We left our stuff unpacked, and I went to sleep. I started having feverish dreams, one after another, where I would wake up in my bed not knowing where I was, and every time something would be slightly off in the room. It was one of those looping situations where I wake up in a dream, and as soon as I realize something's off, I wake up again in another dream. I wish I could remember details of the freaky dreams I had, but I was finally jolted awake. I just literally thought someone was drilling through the wall. I was so disoriented. It was 3 a.m. I've only been asleep for about an hour. This drilling sound filled the room and was loud. I sat there for 15 seconds in terror in the pitch black, trying to figure out if it was actually me being awake. I was. The sound I heard was like something hard violently vibrating against wood. Imagine a phone vibrating on a wood counter, but 100 times louder. I got up in a daze and turned on the lamp to investigate. It was coming from our dresser. I narrowed down the sound to my wife's dresser drawer, but it was under a whole bunch of stuff, so I started digging. Eventually I found a closed drawstring bag and opened it. Turned out to be my wife's vibrating wand. It was turned on and set to the pulse setting. At this point, my wife woke up because the light was on and all the racket I was making. I was basically standing there at the foot of the bed, side between her and the dresser, and I was only in my boxers holding up her vibrator running at full blast. She asks me what the fuck I was doing. I asked her how to turn it off. She told me hold the power button, and then she passed out to sleep again. She was running on like 30 hours of no sleep as well, so she refused to even care. I turned the vibrator off, but I was standing there stupefied and oddly terrified. Like, what just happened here? Never in my whole time of being in this house has anything paranormal happened before. This wand was in a case, buried deep down, and it was never used, but somehow it had randomly decided to turn on. I experimented with the vibrator the next day, in a scientific way. When you turn on the vibrator, no matter what setting it was, it would just no matter what setting it was turned off, it always turned on with that static vibrating function. pulsing function. My home word last night was 4 settings down. We would have had to hold the power button for 3 seconds, then hit the mode button 4 times to get the setting that it was randomly on when I first found it. This realization terrified me because there is absolutely no logical explanation for it. I've experienced with the paranormal before, and when paranormal crap just starts happening randomly, it means a haunted object was brought into the house. My thoughts instantly shifted over to the 1/7" azure lane figure I bought, because it's the only thing that I bought in Japan that was very lewd in nature. I read before that succubi can attach themselves to dolls and cause weird crap to happen. The azure lane figure was new and never opened, though. I did also buy an Artorias saber figurine that was used in an open box. Can somebody help me figure out how I can tell if something we brought back with us is haunted? Or theorize what kind of paranormal entity could do something like this? I don't know what to do at this point. Real paranormal events are space-time localized phenomena. You probably are not personally haunted. But I have a degree in biochemistry and a fairly firm perception of reality. That said, I'm still an ignorant human being, and I could be wrong. But in my experience, people who have believable paranormal stories almost always have isolated incidents that happened at a specific location, i.e., a phenomena localized to a specific area of space-time. I've had my own paranormal experience, and it was limited to a specific location. I find it extremely hard to believe people who say things like, "I have a spirit following me for years." They always know that 1, it's a human ghost or spirit, and 2, that is somehow attached to them, making them unique in some way. I find these people almost always have dreams or sleep-based paranormal experiences. I can't say that they're all made up, because I've experienced the paranormal. I've seen a massive UFO that defied the laws of conventional physics. It obviously had some kind of intelligence behind it. I've had an invisible force physically flip a light switch in front of my eyes in a way that betrayed intent and will. But what I don't do is try to claim that I have any idea what the paranormal things I experienced were. The only thing I'm concrete on is that there are things around us we cannot perceive. There are intelligent, and they're likely not human, or human in the sense that we know, and sometimes for some reason they enter our dimension of time stream or reality, whatever it is. With David Grush coming out about UAP, it's obvious that paranormal phenomenon exist. Non-human intelligence exists, but in my opinion, most phenomena that are credible are isolated incidents. Most people with credible paranormal experiences have a single incident that happened to them at a specific location. I'm really not trying to shit on anyone, but after reading literal thousands of posts of paranormal and UFO, there are character traits that people have who have ego-based paranormal phenomena. They almost always say that they've seen things since they're young. They often say things like a family member has said that they're gifted or spiritually inclined in some way. People with credible paranormal experiences don't have those same telltale signs. They often just explain the isolated event that they experienced without making claims as to the origin of what they saw. Anyways, I'm just ranting, but I'm sure some other paranormal junkies could weigh in. Since my 2 experiences happened, I've been searching for answers non-stop. And it's awesome to see that the US government is finally being held accountable about its knowledge of UFOs. In my opinion, well, no government entity knows the origin or intention of these paranormal intelligences. But saying that would spark panic. All fear stems from fear of the unknown, after all. I heard a bizarre clap above me this morning. Haven't been able to explain it. This morning I had a super weird experience. I sleep on my living room couch, more comfortable than my bed. And every day I wake up around the same time as my mom, who sleeps upstairs. We have a lot of cats, and usually the sounds of her greeting them and giving them breakfast causes me to wake up. Today was no different. My mom came down, fed the cats, and was telling one of them to leave the other alone, eat his own food, you know. Then all of a sudden, a very loud and sudden clap, which I could even feel a little bit. Just one single noise, which seemed to be coming from basically right above where I was laying. It was like when somebody cups their hands while clapping to amplify it, though even louder. That woke me all the way up, and I thought it was my mom making a noise at the cats to get them to behave. Although that seemed odd, because it was extremely loud. Honestly, louder than any person could clap their hands, cupped or not. Before I could fully process my thoughts, my mom called to me from the kitchen, saying, "What the hell was that?" I told her I had no idea and was going to ask her the same thing, because I thought it was her clapping really loud. She said it wasn't her. I then asked if something broke or if a light bulb blew up or if maybe bubble wrap, beginning to put out Christmas decorations, so the thought crossed my mind. It was none of those things. All throughout the day, we've been looking around the house to see if anything's out of place, but nothing is amiss. Nothing is broken or knocked over or anything. There's no rational explanation. What a bizarre moment this was. My mom said even in the kitchen it was very loud, but she couldn't quite place where it came from. As mentioned, from my perspective, it seemed to be coming from above me in the living room. This isn't the first time my mom and I have had an odd experience, and it won't be the last. We're avid believers in the paranormal, but we always make sure to rule out mundane explanations before claiming something to be supernatural. This is just another item on our list. Anyone else have an experience like this? For some reason, my mind keeps going back to apparition, though I've yet to find any unexplainable objects anywhere. Excuse me, apportation. Isn't apportation sometimes accompanied by loud noises, or am I mistaken? Can anyone explain this experience to me? When I was 10, we were out of town. We were visiting my aunt and uncle 2 hours away. The night before we went home, I dreamed that I was at my godmother's house searching for her. Everyone was crying, and I kept begging people to tell me where she was, but no one would. I felt like it was so real, and it felt like a part of me was missing. The emotional pain in my dream felt physical. I woke up the next morning, didn't really think much of the dream. I've always had super realistic dreams, and even as an adult, I have a hard time remembering if something actually happened or if I dreamed it. We drove home that day, met my grandparents for lunch. My brother, sister, and I decided we wanted to ride back to our house with our grandparents. We got home about 5 minutes after they did, and my mom and dad were standing in my grandmother's driveway crying. My grandmother was our neighbor as well. We had a really tight-knit neighborhood. Standing in the driveway was my grandmother's sisters, who'd been in my dream the night before, and couldn't tell me where she was even being as I begged and cried. My grandparents took us inside, and my dad came back home, told me that my grandmother had died. I still remember how terrifying the scream that ripped out of me was. I didn't even realize it was me screaming for a few moments. The same loss I felt in my dream, like something was missing, was there. My godmother had taken her own life. It was that morning, long after I'd woken up. I think about her daily, and I think about that dream almost daily as well. There was no way I could have known she was struggling mentally. My mom barely knew how bad it was. It was her best friend. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Or does anybody have an explanation to why I could have dreamt her passing in a way before it even happened? I'm really new to spiritual things, and I was hoping to find a bit of closure in people who have had similar experiences. She was the most beautiful, kind person to walk this earth. I miss her every day. Co-worker visited me in my dream exactly 1 year after her passing, with a frightening twist. I work at a fine dining restaurant, and I have for years at this point, and this happened about 3 years ago. When I first started there was this server. We'll call her Miss Mary for now. Her health was already in decline, and that was when I first started working there. But after about a year or so, her health started falling off a cliff. She had cancer, and it was rapidly spreading through her body. She got cancer from smoking cigarettes, but she didn't really care even when she had cancer and would continue chain smoking as she had always. She was always a loopy, bubbly type, but you could tell that deep down inside she knew she was screwed with no way back. So she just kept smoking because she knew the end was near soon anyway. Now her and I don't know. I wouldn't say that we had a friendship or anything. She was just my coworker. And she was also pretty old, like in her 60s, and me in my early 20s. So it wasn't like we were ever hitting it off or anything like that. She was just an old coworker that I'd like to talk on rare occasions here and there. Literally the only thing we had in common is that we're both Aries. Now, I'm not one to get all super invested in astrology kind of stuff, but I do feel like it maybe has something to do with what happened. Anyway, Miss Mary's health started to get extremely bad, to the point she was missing work all the time because she was in too much pain. About a week or two before she passed, she actually called her manager, who she was good friends with, to let her know that she was dying. Was going to die sooner rather than later. At a week or so of being off from work, she finally comes in one day for a shift, and she was green. Like her skin was literally a gross green color. I felt so bad, but I remember turning to one of my other coworkers' friends and saying, "Bro, she's going to die tonight." My friend looked at me all puzzled and mad that I would say something like that, but I reiterated, "No, bro, look at her. She's literally green, man. I guarantee you she's going to die tonight. I can just tell." Lo and behold, at the end of the night, she went into the work bathroom and never came out. About an hour or so later, the boss kicked the door down and she was lying on the floor of the bathroom unresponsive. Miss Mary was rushed to the ER, but unfortunately was pronounced passed a day or two later. She had a remembrance of her at her work, and in what used to be her table section of the picture was put up on her, basically over her favorite table on the wall. Fast forward exactly 1 year later. I went to bed like any normal person that night, but what occurred once I went to sleep was anything from normal. I had a lucid dream, a very vivid lucid dream. I rarely, if ever, have a lucid dream, but if I do, it's so rare that I usually remember them all. Anyway, in this dream, I was working at my job. I hate those work dreams, ugh. I remember it was just like any normal day at the job, and mind you, in my dream, it took place the current day, meaning that in my dream, Miss Mary was already dead, and her picture was on the wall. Well, where it gets extremely weird is when I went over to that table, table 13, the table with her picture on the wall. It's a booth table against the wall, and in my dream I went over to the booth table to check on the guests. As I do, I notice that one of the guests' plate is empty. So I go pick it up with my hand, when all of a sudden out of nowhere I hear Miss Mary come in and say, "No, don't worry, sweetie, I got it." I froze in my dream because in the dream she's dead. And when I look up, she still is dead, but back from the dead. She's all rotten and disgusting, looking with maggots and... I remember screaming because I realized this is my dream, and everybody else in the restaurant also starts screaming and freaking out as well. Guests start getting up and storming out of the restaurant. I remember hearing one guest saying, "You're supposed to be dead." Around this time is when I wake up. Honestly, felt extremely shocked about the whole thing because nothing like that had ever happened to me. I don't know how or why it did. My friends broke into our high school at 3 a.m. and saw a black figure watching them in the classroom. On Tuesday, my best friend, S, and her two roommates, T and J, were talking about our high school 2 days ago. Our school was buried on top of the burial ground, and several students who've gone to school there have passed away tragically, unrelated to the school. Well, they decided to break in at 3 a.m. to explore what the school was like now. We're 20, so we graduated only 2 years ago. Jay was scared, didn't want to go inside, so she stayed in my friend's car in the driver's seat in case they all needed to leave. So S and her other roommate T decided to jump the gate and explore. They thought the energy seemed kind of scary, but they were curious and kept walking. They reached this one classroom in the back, and that's when my friend looked inside. She said the lights in all the hallways were red. I think it's just a feature they added. When she looked into the classroom, she saw a black silhouette of a person in the classroom closing the door. She even said that, though she couldn't make out a face, she felt that it was watching them. She grabbed T and told her calmly that they needed to leave because somebody was there. They sprinted back to the car and they all left. They then went to our old middle school to see what that looked like now. They couldn't get in because the gates were locked. So Jay asks S if she wants to go back into the driver's seat because it's her car, and S declines. So Jay pulls out and leaves. It's about 3:30, 3:45 at this point. As she pulls out and starts driving back to their apartment, they see two white blinding lights coming toward them. They couldn't tell if it was a car since the lights were so bright. 2 seconds later, they realized it was a wrong-way driver coming at them at around 80 miles an hour. Jay was able to swerve around at the last second as the car just zoomed straight past him without realizing. Luckily, they saw cops pulled over on the side of the road ahead. They told the cops that they immediately dispatched somebody to follow that car. They were silent for the rest of the night because of how terrifying the experience was. The scary part is that last week a girl who just graduated from her high school was driving up to Maryland for Thanksgiving to her parents to visit her brother, who happened to be in our grade. They swerved into the southbound lane and died in a head-on collision. S was telling her roommate about it right before they left the middle school, and they almost died. She's 100% sure that she saw a person at that school, but isn't sure if it was a real person or something else. Our school doesn't have late security or cleaners, and I'm not sure why, but when she told me the story, I felt a strong gut feeling that it was something else. The night just felt too perfectly lined up. I believe that humans are scarier than anything paranormal, but my gut just tells me she encountered something else. House smells like cigarettes. As I type this, me, a 37-year-old male, Milvet's lives with 84 grand aunt, because I have to run our family business and take care of her. So I'm laying downstairs on my couch right now listening to Joe Rogan. I finished episode 2064 and started 2065. That was a few minutes ago, minding my own business. It's 2 a.m. and it's raining outside in Southern California. I randomly just get this very pungent smell as if somebody's literally smoking a cigarette right behind me. I was startled a bit and sat right up and looked around the living room, noticing nothing. It's still heavy in the air, so I get up and look around the house, inside and out. Eventually the smell fades, or I get used to it. I don't notice anything out of the ordinary, so I sit back down and go back to listening. Then my house did a weird shake. There are no earthquakes in my area. That just happened because I checked my phone, so I got up and looked around more. Went outside again, pretty much cleared my entire house and property, minus a gun, minus a gun in hand again, So I come back in, convince myself that this isn't happening, and it's a phantom smell, and dismiss the shake. I go back to listening. I hear footsteps upstairs. My 84-year-old great aunt is out of bed walking around the house at 2 a.m., opening doors and going room to room. She never does this. She comes down the stairs and asks me if I'm smoking in the house. I tell her no. She says, "Well, that smell just woke me up out of my sleep. Are you sure?" So I get back up, clear the house again, front, back, top, bottom, inside and out. I can't kind of smell this anymore, but she apparently can. I have everything regularly serviced, brand new air filters, the ducts have been clean within a year. I haven't smoked for years now. I didn't smoke in the house either when I did smoke. The rain's never generated this smell in the house before. It's fucking weird. The Forgotten. I grew up outside a small Midwestern town that was home to a state hospital, long-term residential facility for the mentally ill. It was less than a mile from where my dad worked, and I was fascinated by the beautiful Victorian buildings and trees. I was not allowed to go near it. The place closed down when I was in high school, and the buildings started to crumble and were deserted. Over the years, I heard the place was haunted by many ghosts. I finally got up the nerve to go there, at night. To the cemetery, no less. As we snuck past the gates, a black cat started to follow us, settling on one of the graves and watching us. The graves went on in many rows, 100 upon hundreds, each marked by a stone with only a number and no name. The graves stretched down below the edge of a ravine, or a gully as we say. The trees had taken over these graves, and it was dark as only a heavy wooded gully at night is. I started to have a really strong feeling that the people buried there were very sad, that they were kind of afraid to be forgotten. I felt almost sick from the weight of despair. Nothing more happened that night. But a few months later, my son and I went to a ghost hunting event there. Same location. First stop, we listened to a spirit box. I heard multiple voices in both Spanish and English. All evening I had a feeling that something was very close by. We ended the tour in the same cemetery I'd visited before. I told my son the story of the feeling I had way back before, because it was back. We went to the back of the cemetery by the graves in the ravine and began speaking to the spirits. We asked them if they were lonely, if they were afraid to be forgotten. We told them that we wanted to help. We asked, "What's your name?" Suddenly, clear as a bell, a male voice says, "Robert." For a moment I was terrified. Then I thought, he won't hurt us, he's just sad. Robert spoke no more that night, though. But know this, Robert, I will not forget you. Did I encounter a ghost? Last night I was walking at this park, which is usually full of crowd, but yesterday for some reason it was awfully quiet. I was walking with my dog now, and there's a road pretty narrow and covered with huge bushes and trees. It has a ton of lighting, but as soon as I entered, the lights turned off, as it was the park's closing time, so I started walking faster. As I was halfway through, I saw a girl standing in the middle of the street staring at the ground doing nothing. I was a little creeped out, but I had no other option but to go further, so I did. She started walking once I came a little further. As I reached her, my dog started barking, and she screamed in such a manner that I almost had a little heart attack. Anyways, I apologized to her and thought I should start walking. She stopped me and asked me, "What's wrong with me? All the dogs bark at me. Yesterday a Labrador dog bit me. I had to get injected." I literally had goosebumps all over my body since I couldn't see her face. It was so insanely dark. All I could see was her human body. Anyways, I told her that there's nothing wrong with you. It's just that in the dark, dogs are a little hyperactive. She giggled it off and started walking at a fast pace. Then there was a turn, and it was super windy and bushes were making noises. I don't know how to describe it, but anyways, that turning, she came out of the bush giggling, so I took my dog and ran. When I reached the front of the park, the guard told me that it's park closing. So I informed him that a young girl is inside alone. So he went to check. Then he came out and told me that there's no one inside. I left the park. Now, the park closed at 9:11, and it's now 9:16. I was walking the street opposite the park and I saw that girl come out, so I started walking in her direction. There's a ton of light in the street, yet she walked on the dark part, looking at the sky. And then she wasn't visible as it got darker. I'm a dumb fuck as I went to check. Yep, I found no one there. Do you think I encountered a ghost? Also, my dog has never barked at a kid before. See you guys later. Always a pleasure.